At Club JAQK's Friday night No Limit Holdem 5-5 stream. We're going to be getting started here in a few moments. Looks like we got about 3 minutes left. If you can hear me, just let me know in the chat. Make sure everything's working. We did have some technical difficulties, so I do appreciate everybody sticking with us while we get things worked out. We are a little bit delayed by about 25 minutes. So again, if you can hear me, let me know. We'll be getting started up here in about 2 minutes. Got enough time to get something to drink, get a snack, prepare for a long night of big action. And it looks like we are officially live. Again, thanks everybody for joining us here. We're at Club JAQK here in Louisville, Kentucky. Tonight, we're going to be watching a 5-5 No Limit Hold'em stream. Again, I do apologize. We had some technical difficulties up here in the office and tried to get those worked out as quickly as possible, but we now are live. Looks like there's already been a little bit of action that we missed out on, but it's all good. We'll catch up on it very quickly. So as we pick up on the action here, looks like we're going to go 3 ways to this flop. Sean's got a nice lead with the ace-king offsuit. He took the betting lead pre-flop. Flop's going to come king high. It's not going to be much out there unless F-stick wants to make a play, and he does precisely that. Unfortunately, he's going to get the bad news that Sean's got exactly what he has. Okay, so we missed out on that. We had a bet and a raise. So F-stick's officially drawing dead. Doesn't care. He knows that he took the betting lead on the flop and is going to try to represent some type of king jack type of hand. Maybe a set of sixes. Sean doesn't care. He's going to snap call. Now, the 9 on the river is going to bring up a little bit of caution for him because it's very possible that f6 could have been semi-bluffing with a queen 10 suited, possibly turned a little bit of equity on the turn, would continue with that. But other than that, that's all Sean's really worried about is the queen 10. And does f6 have enough to do it? Yes, he does. He's going to go all in, and unfortunately, I think Sean just isn't going to be able to fold this hand for the price. It's going to cost him about $430 to win $1,500. Very hard odds to get away from. He has to basically be specifically putting on one of 3 hands in my mind. And he makes an incredibly tight fold. F6 with a very, very bold play with the 7-3 suited. I'm surprised he doesn't show that. That would be a great hand to show right there. Very beginning stages of the turn, the cash game. Show him that he's a little spicy. Want to mix things up. F6 is definitely a player that's come to play tonight. Again, everybody, thanks for joining us here tonight. This is our 5-5 No Limit Holdem stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you want any kind of information about us, you can find us on clubjackpoker.net, or you can come visit us on 161 Outer Loop, Louisville, Kentucky. That's 40214. Looks like we lost our stream there for a second, but we got it right back. Been having a little bit of difficulties here, but going to this flop 2 ways after a 3-bet from Ewok. I'm not sure why he's called Ewok. It may have something to do with him looking like the adorable creatures from Star Wars. Don't tell him I said that, though, because that would be awkward. But he's going to continue here, and Nate looks like he has no intentions of folding his bottom pair. There is some hands that he's going to be ahead of, ace-queens, ace-jacks, ace-tens, queen-jacks. He doesn't necessarily love that river, but it's going to be hard. If he thinks that he's ahead on the flop, he's most likely ahead on the river as well. And Nate's going to come out firing. He's going to fire out 115 as a semi-bluff. Try to get hands worse than a king to fold, I would assume. Hands maybe like ace-8, ace-7. Little does he know he had the best hand, and I don't believe Ewok had any intentions of calling. Ewok's only sitting on 400, and when you have to call about 25% with just ace-high, very difficult, so... So again, do apologize earlier for the technical difficulties we've had. If you can hear me, if you're on the chat and watching along, be sure to give me a message just to know you can hear me. Everything here indicates that I'm live, but again, we had some issues earlier, so just want to make sure. So it looks like here, Nate just under the gun. It's not a straddle. It looks like an open raise to 15, 3x. Jimmy directly behind him with the pocket 7 is going to get in there. Airmail. It's very hard to fold that queen 9 suited. It's always attractive, especially when he's got a little bit of equity in the pot already. See the 8 high flop. Nobody connects. Jimmy actually ahead with a concealed second pair. Here we're going to see Jimmy go ahead and take the lead. He wants to know if anybody's got an 8 or an overpair. And unless somebody wants to make a play at him, it's going to end up being a good bet. Looks like we see that button move, and he's going to take down that pot. So we've got all sorts of exciting promotions and tournaments coming up here at Club JAQK. Be sure to tell you about all of those here in the next few moments after we get through this hand with airmail and F-stick. We're immediately going to see some good action here because airmail with top pair, top kicker is going to go against F-stick, who's a very tricky player, willing to get in there and stick it around open-ended here for him. Could easily be a check raise, but he's going to take the passive route and just call it. This could be a spot where we could see a check raise here. Definitely could see airmail betting, but he takes the checking route. It's going to end up being a good check here because a lot of the times F-stick is going to think that maybe he got lucky, maybe airmail had something along the lines of king, queen, king, jack suited. Maybe one of those type hands where he had two overs, took a stab, got called, decides to slow down. I think we're just going to see airmail call here, and that's exactly what we do. F-stick flips over a 7. It's going to find out real quickly that it's no good. All right, so it does look like we have the chat going here. Any way to see all the players instead of empty chairs? Camera view off unless it's right end of table. I can have them take a look at it. I do know that we're a little bit short-handed right now. There was some traffic. This will be a full game very soon. So here we're going to see F-stick turn the absolute nuts. Sean is going to find himself in a world of hurt because with the top pair and the open-ended, it's going to be very difficult for him to get away with this, thinking that he has potential outs. This is a spot where I'd love to see F-stick raise. But he's just going to smooth call, probably try to trap his opponent. Jack hits the river, inconsequential hand card to come out. And F-stick here looks like he's going to take the lead. And best case scenario, he's just going to get a call. See, I think that's why I like to go ahead and fire out on the turn there, because there's still potential for you to have similar type hands that Sean has, but he's going to end up paying it off. He's going to get some value, but I think what happens is if he goes ahead and fires out there on the turn, he'll get a little bit of extra chips in the pot, and then he can fire out a somewhat decent bet on the river. Sean, likely thinking that maybe it's busted clubs, busted straight draw, will typically call off with his ace. Either way, he wins the pot, no issue. See Graham here in the chat. Hey Graham, how you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. Again, thanks for everybody here with us tonight on Friday night. Watching some good 5-5 no limit hold'em action here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. We got some exciting stuff coming up. I did mention it earlier. Can get to you now while we have a brief moment. Our Card Player Poker Tour is going to be coming up in February. It's going to be the largest tournament series Kentucky's ever hosted. It's going to be a $600 buy-in that runs from February 16th through the 25th. We'll get you some more information on that later. But long story short, we're going to be offering a $600 buy-in with a $200,000 guarantee. So exciting tournament coming up. So here we're going to go 3 ways to the flop. We're going to have Jimmy. Oh, I guess I misread that. Yeah, 2 ways to the flop. Jimmy in the lead with the queens. Sean, 2 overs, backdoor nut flush draw. Probably going to stick around to see 1. And that is not the card he wanted to see. He wanted to see that queen of spades. Little did he know it was in Jimmy's hand. So I think what we're going to see here is a slow play, and Sean with a very optimistic approach to stealing is going to find out really quickly that raise is just dead money. I still like the aggression, though. You always want to maintain your aggression in poker. Just always remember that they can't see your cards. So I've mentioned the Card Player Poker Tour coming up in February. Also recently announced here at Club JAQK is we're going to be offering a Club JAQK Poker League. This is going to be a fantastic tournament series, but it will be capped at 36 entries. Essentially what we're doing here is we're offering a $160 per week tournament series that runs for 10 weeks consecutively on Mondays at 7 p.m. starting January 8th. Long story short, at the end of the poker series, the 10-week poker league that we are offering, we're going to give away 2 $12,000 WSOP packages. This is going to be good enough for a main event entry and $2,000 for your travel accommodations. We'll talk more about that later on in the night, but again, that's January 8th. It's capped at 36 entries, so if you are interested in playing with us, be sure to come here and get signed up for that first week. That's how you get locked in. First 36 entries to sign up will be in that league. But again, be prepared to play 10 weeks consecutively. We do offer a sub policy as well, so if you aren't able to make it 1 week, you are allowed to have somebody play for you. But again, that starts January 8th. And our tournament series that is closest to us is going to be the Club JAQK mini series that we offer. That's actually coming up very soon, in about a week. It's going to be running from November 17th through the 19th. We are offering a $300 ladies-only tournament on Friday, that's 17th, November 17th at 11 a.m. They have recently announced that although it is a ladies tournament, if you are a male and you wish to enter the tournament, because it is a ladies tournament, we're not going to discriminate against you. However, if your driver's license does indicate that you are a male, you are required to pay a $1,500 entry fee into that $300 buy-in, 5x, and you are required to wear a skirt. Now, I was able to get verified the type of skirt that the male would have to wear if he wanted to enter that ladies event. They said anything is fine, prom style, gown style, sun skirt style, mini skirt style. But you did have to dress as a lady because it is, in fact, the ladies event. So we're expecting a big turnout for that. We're also offering a $200 tag team on Saturday, the 18th of November at 2 p.m. Anybody unfamiliar with tag team events, you and a buddy, you and a family member, you and a husband, wife, daughter, son, neighbor can come play poker, and you all would alternate playing. You know, one level this player, one level this player. It's going to be very exciting. We're also offering that night a $200 black chip bounty. That's the 18th at 7 p.m. And we're going to conclude that mini-series on November 19th. That's a Sunday at 12 p.m. with a $400 deep stack tournament. Looking forward to that. Back to the action here. We see that Mike has joined the game. So Nate's going to go ahead and pop that up to $60, and Sean catches the Rockets. So we are going to see some action here. So welcome to the game, Mike. You're caught in a rock and a hard place, but you're a good enough player to fold that 4-3 suited. F-stick here. This could be interesting. F-stick might get a little sticky here. Might get a little F-sticky, if you know what I'm saying. He sees a race of 60, a 3-bet to 140. But he's going to be make a smart lay down there with the 6-3 suited. I could definitely see him playing it, but he decides that it's probably not a good time to. Now here's going to be what's interesting. What does Nate do? Does Nate take the aggressive approach? No. Looks like he's just gonna call. So he's gonna play his hand a little coy. Unless he's putting his opponent on jacks or 9-10, this is going to be a difficult spot to get away from with the overpair. He's out of position, but he could think that maybe he's just getting stolen from with ace-king, ace-queen, something of that nature. Even queens, 10s, 9s, would all bet here. So we see Sean come out with 100. Nate doesn't even think about it, calls, sees the turn, which he is going to like. Still always see a check here. And now we have a spot for Sean. I think this is a clear bet here. A lot of the times his opponents are going to have hands in the range of ace-10, king-10, queen-10. Something in that range that's probably somewhat connected with the board. But he's going to go all in and get snap called by Nate. Nate thinks he's ahead. Thought that 7 was really good for him. Fortunately, it was not very good. Here they're announcing if they're going to run it once or twice. Sounds like we're going to run it twice. And Nate's going to need a miracle 20-1 dog. He's going to need a miracle here. Doesn't hit it on the first one. Doesn't hit it on the second one. So unfortunately, one of the most difficult parts of poker, running your kings into aces, wasn't played badly by either player. Just one of the unfortunate things that happens. Well, that's our first big pot of the night. Awarded to pocket aces. Aces standing tall. Something that's hard to do. Take a look at our stacks here. If it lasts more than 1 second. Looks like Mike buying in pretty big. Let's take more look at that here in a moment. As we'll see Sean thinking that I just caught aces last hand, maybe I'm running good. Gonna spice it up with the destroyer, 7-9 suited. He's gonna flop middle pair. F-stick with the top pair. Nate with the gutter, backdoor flush draw. It's going to go ahead and get Nate out of there. Decides not to get a little sticky there with that last hand that cost him a big amount, but so Sean going to get lucky on the river. Continuing his run good. River's 2 pair. F-stick. Still with second pair. Might think that this is the spot that Sean could be typically bluffing in. And it would make sense if he, ace kings, ace queens, king queens, king 10s, jack 10s. Well, jack 10 gets there, but it looks like F-stick is counting out a call here. He does not believe it. He thinks he's got the ace-king offsuit, but Sean with the 2 pair. Nicely disguised hand. Gonna go ahead and take down a nice pot again. Got a chat comment here from Tyler. Coming up soon. Glad to watch how some of these guys play. Yeah, it's looking forward for you to come up here, Tyler. It's a lot of action here at Club JAQK in Louisville. Definitely have some solid players in the room, but we also have some players that love to spice things up and gamble. We still have a couple open seats here at the main game, but that's just because traffic here in Louisville pretty bad at this hour. I've been told that some of the players are still on the way, so we'll get those seats up and filled pretty quickly. So it looks like Sean's in run good. Is going to be forced to continue, hoping to hit the 7 on the turn. Unfortunately, he doesn't. But however, I could definitely see F-Stick slowing down here. It's going to go check, check. We're going to go to the river. He's going to need the Miracle 7. Does not. So F-Stick's queens are still going to hold up. He's going to feel a lot better that his opponent doesn't have a king. However, he does take the passive approach. I don't think he probably would have got paid with hands that he was putting him on. Might have put him on some kind of gutter, open-ended. Maybe a small pair. Just decided to take the check option. And he takes down that pot. But yeah, again, Tyler, I look forward to getting you up here. We're open 24/7, 365, as long as that there's a game wanting to be played. Club JAQK is dedicated to providing a game for players. You just simply have to be a member. If you have any kind of questions about anything, you can visit us at clubjackpoker.net online. Or just come give us a shout. Again, we're here at 161 Outer Loop, Louisville, Kentucky. We're going to see the king high flop. And we're going to see some action. Little Ewok flopping open-ended with the backdoor flush draw. F-Stick flopping 2 pair. It's going to get immediately raised. Ewok can do nothing but call here. But he's got to be careful because he's extremely short-stacked and he's going to be committed basically most of the time. I think here is a spot where even though you have open-ended, you missed your backdoor equity with the open-ended flush draw. Or excuse me, your backdoor flush draw, and he's just left with open-ended, and it's not even the best open-ended that you could possibly have. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, but there could also be 4, 7 for a better open-ended, 7, 8 for a better open-ended. He thinks better of it and lays it down, and I do like that fold, even though you do have open-ended. A lot of the times, you're just basically keeping your fingers crossed, and that's the last thing you want to do when you're playing. Looks like we got a couple of fans of Nate. Go Nate. Go Airmail. Another friend, Sean Maurer, is playing. Good luck to everybody here. I am completely unbiased. I only know most of these guys just because I'm a former dealer myself. I've played here locally in the area for over 2 decades. And here we go again. Aces versus kings again in literally 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. It was at the 22-minute mark that we hit that aces versus kings. And Danny Jack is going to take the aggressive approach. You better believe that. So what's going to happen here? We have a bet, a raise, and now we have a 4-bet to 225. And this is going to be a difficult spot here with kings. He just saw aces versus kings. I don't think he probably believes that it's aces versus kings again. But he is going to go ahead and just call, realize his equities. He knows that he's in position here. And unfortunately for Airmail, this is just going to be the worst possible flop. Not only does an ace hit, but it's all spades. With a 275 bet, the pot is already at 735. I just don't like the equity that you have to be calling in this hand. If you have the king of spades, it's a little bit different of a story. But when you just have the 2 offsuit kings, I mean, realistically, the only 2 cards that you would like to see on the turn would be a 4 or a king. king preferably, but a 4 at least gives you some outs because typically your opponent's very likely to have the ace, the 10. Just unfortunately for him, it's going to be an easy fold. But the second time that we run into aces versus kings is quite crazy within 10 minutes span.
So just tell them we're going to free roll Saturday next week.
So what?
We're going to move the free roll to Saturday next week. Saturday at 3 o'clock and do a new $2,000 free roll.
Give me 1 second.
Actually, shit, no. That ain't gonna do it. We got the ladies event next week.
Move free roll to Saturday. And what was the other news?
We got the ladies event Friday.
Yeah, I got that all.
Good.
Yeah,
Tag team event Saturday.
I got all that.
So, shit, can't do the free rolls. We got the tag team event at 2 o'clock on Saturday. But after that, free rolls will be on Saturday.
Do you know what time?
2, what do you think, 2 or 3?
Probably, yeah, 2. Well, that's on you, but probably 3. I'd say if it's at 2. Okay, I'll say 3. So it looks like Nate here is going to take an aggressive approach. He's going to 3-bet the lovely 6-7 suited up. He's going to hate that flop. But this is generally what's going to be happening in poker. We got people that get a little sticky with suited connectors, 3-4, 6-7, neither flop anything. And this is the best part about poker is, and this is where the true poker player is defined, who's going to have the heart to tell the best story. Nate taking the aggressive approach pre-flop, now continuing on the flop for a decent amount, 65. It's going to put Airmail in a tough spot. And he's going to get Airmail out of there again. This is what separates the good players from the great players. Just being able to take those aggressive approaches and then continuing with it. A lot of the times what we'll see is players get a little aggressive pre-flop. You know, they'll have a lovely hand like the 6-7 suited, and then the flop comes out and it completely destroys any equity that they had previously. But the difference is the aggressive player will continue telling their story. Again, pre-flop, we had a raise and a re-raise. Now a flop comes out, king, queen, high. We want to continue our aggression story there because, again, our opponent can't see our cards. And it's very possible in those situations that we would have hands like ace-king, ace-queen, maybe even a 10-jack suited. So with that, Nate takes down that pot, and we move on. Here we'll see the flop, jack high, 3 spades, Airmail with the nut flush draw, gutter. Unfortunately, nobody else with anything. Sean's never going to think his deuce of spades is good. And it shows that F-stick won that, so I'm thinking that we may have just had a malfunction in the card reader. So here, Nate, again, with diamonds. Going to go ahead and bump that up. Looks like F-stick, who wants the smoke, is going to call with the 9-10 offsuit. Nate with a backdoor straight and flush draw. F-stick with just the backdoor draw. Unless we get a play from F-stick, I think this bet might be able to get through. But no, F-stick wants to see that backdoor draw hit. Maybe thinks that his opponent's a little bit weak. Comes out and fire, and now he's going to put Nate in a very difficult spot here. Great bet by F-stick. Great bet. And he's going to take that down. A lot of open chairs here. We need to get some butts and seats and start playing some poker. I do believe that my cord with my headset is long enough that I might be able to go sit down and play as well, but I wouldn't be able to watch the monitor, so it'd be really hard for me to see what my opponent's cards are while I was playing. So once again, we have kings here. So it looks like we have a straddle on the button with Mike under the under the gun to the straddle. He's in the small blind. He's going to bump it up with the ace-8 suited, which I do like. And then airmail is going to raise it up to 80. And now F-stick with the queen-jack suited. Who knows what we're going to see here? Most likely just a call. What do you think the chances are that we see aces behind? Nate makes the fold with eights. Danny Jack with ace-queen. He's away from the table, though, so... Mike decides to get in there out of position with the ace-8 suited. And flops an ace with the nut flush draw. But that's just simply what Mike does. Mike's been on a heater for the past few years. Of course, he flops top pair there with the nut flush draw. But unfortunately, he's going to run into airmail with the second set. And this is going to be extremely interesting because I believe what we're going to see is a downsized bet. It's a little bit hefty, but he bets about half pot. So now F-stick here. He doesn't have the backdoor flush draw, but he does have the gutter. And I think what we're going to see here is just a call because he's hoping that Mike just calls as well. And he'll get to see that turned 10. But now we have a real interesting hand here is because Mike, what does Mike do? Mike knows that he's never drawing dead in this spot. It's possible he's up against a set. It's possible he's up against ace-king. It's possible he's up against queens. Maybe a hand like F-stick has, like some kind of gutter. So this is the spot that Mike can easily raise and feel comfortable about it. And it looks like he does precisely that. He takes an extremely hefty raise, makes it up to 375. And now we have a decision for airmail. What does airmail do? How does he proceed with this hand? Let's think about the ranges that Mike has. He raises it first, gets raised, and then just calls. Now he's check raising the flop. What's in his range? Ace-king? Ace-6? Diamonds? But it looks like what we're going to see here is a very, very tricky play by airmail. Just going to call. I really like the play. Try to keep your other opponent F-stick in there because you know F-stick is probably on a draw himself after all this action and just smooth calling. You know most likely he's going to be against like diamonds, something in the range that he has, queen jack, 10 jack. He does make a very smart fold here, and we're going to go heads up to this interesting turn card. Let's see what happens here. The 9, insignificant, doesn't mean anything. Now Mike's found himself in a spot. He's made an incredible bet on the flop. He's taken the betting lead. But anything that gets put in here right now is going to be raised, 100%. Airmail can no longer afford to slow play his hand. Too many draws out there. Mike could take the passive approach here and check, but it looks like he's just going to ship it and get snap called. So let's see how many times they run it. Mike generally runs it once, but they'll decide. Oh, hits the diamond. They run it once. Mike just doing Mike things. wins a massive pot. What an incredible hand. Unfortunately, that just happens sometimes. But again, Mike has been on fire for the past couple of years. He's won a World Series poker bracelet, made many deep runs, plays the higher stakes around the local area, figures out a way to get that miracle river. And again, because Danny Jack is away from the table, folds ace-queen back-to-back, this time suited spades. He's really hurt himself by not being in this game with this action. Of course, last hand he would have lost, but this is why you don't want to be away from the table. He flops queen high, would have took down that hand. Instead, looks like we're going to get Sean with 10 high to take it down. See Graham here, that's all you got to do to be a pro. Dang, Mike makes it look easy. Yeah, when you consistently get it up, basically drawing to 9 outs, basically drawing pretty thin and always hit, that's how you become a pro. I have not quite figured out how to do that, to constantly get it in behind and come out ahead, but that's why I took the commentating job. It's a lot easier just to talk about poker when you can see people's cards rather than playing. I'm just an above average player just for the fact that I have been around the game for so long. Not quite on these guys' level though. Here though, we're going to see Nate with the disguised 7 in his hand. He's going to need some of these guys to get out of line in order to make some money. Definitely the crew that's required to have that happen. He can do nothing here but call. He needs to conceal the strength of his hand. Now we see the ace turn, and that's going to be a good card for Sean to continue bluffing, because it would make sense that he bluffs with ace high a lot of the times. And the fact that he has turned equity, now he can possibly hit, in his eyes, a queen or a jack, and now a king for the straight. It's a good spot for him to bet now. This is a spot where I think that Nate needs to go ahead and bump it up a little bit, and he does just that. A lot of turned hands will continue, have equity against you. Club draws, even pairs, 2 overs like he has. You know, you're not comfortable with any kind of overcard coming out. 8, 9, jack, queen, king, all hurt you in your eyes. But he makes a smart bet, goes ahead and takes that down, and we'll move on to the next hand. We'll get our stacks popped up there here in a moment. It takes a minute.
What do you think it is? Tom, you gotta tell us what it is. If I'm right, I'm gonna guess 16%. Probably lower. Lower? What is it? 2 orbits and I'm only raised.
So we'll see this ace high flop. Nobody flops anything. Ewok, backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw. I'd like to see some aggression from Ewok. Ewoks are typically known for being very cute, adorable, passive little imaginary creatures from the George Lucas Star Wars universe. But as we noticed in the Battle of Endor on Return of the Jedi, they can be quite aggressive. I'd like to see a check raise there. It's almost always going to get through, but nevertheless, there's always next hand. Let's see if we can get our stacks pulled up here. If it can hold up more than 2 seconds. Mike, big pot. Up top with 31.35. Ewok at the bottom, 245. going to need to make some plays. So we'll see this flop come out king high with 2 diamonds. Nate with the flush draw. Ewok getting aggressive with the middle pair. Most likely going to get Jimmy out of there with middle pair, and he does. F-stick is just going to take the float approach. And what do we see here from Nate? Just a call. So we'll go 3 ways to the flop. Ace. Good spot. I believe what we're going to see here is most likely a bet from F-stick. If you're floating, you need to take the aggressive approach, but what we're going to see is Nate with his bottom pair try to represent the ace and disguise that he has a flush, make it look like he has some kind of a draw or an ace. He's going to get Ewok out of there, and now what we see from F-stick. No, F-stick just folds. So I don't like the play necessarily because you're calling on the flop to float, and then we're not betting. So if we're going to be floating, we need to tell a story, right? What's the story of our hand? What makes the most sense that we would have when we call there? And if we're not going to tell a story, we're just going to put money in and then fold. We're best off just folding on the flop. It's just over the course of a poker game, playing nightly. If you do that 10, 15, 20 times, it's going to be very difficult at the end of your session to show yourself in the black. Here we see Nate here with one of my personal hands. 8-5 suited. I was born in 85. He's going to call the raise of Sean. We're going to go to this flop 3 ways. Nate and Jimmy both flop a 5. Sean with the 2 overs. Now the 9 comes. We got a bet and a call and an insignificant 4. So who's going to take the aggressive approach? Looks like Jimmy is going to try to steal this pot, and it's a good bet because it's going to be difficult for Nate to continue here. He's just generally going to give him credit for a slow-played king or a 9. Here we got our main man, passing out some kind of sticks. They're probably hallucinogens to loosen up the game. Mike, knowing that he doesn't do anything to deter his game, declines the offer. He's here to make money. He's here to own souls. He doesn't want no sugary sticks. He wants the cheddar. He wants the moolah. So now we see Ewok with the lovely ace-jack suited. Decides to bump it up 20. And this is where it's going to get interesting. We see Danny Jack just calls, and then Sean with the ace-king offsuit bumps it up. So here we have a very, very difficult spot for Ewok. He's very limited on his chips. It's very difficult to just call here based on what your chip stack is. And it looks like Ewok is going to go battle of indoor mode. Get it all in. He's going to go up against the Empire. Does he have what it takes to go against such strong odds? We see the ace and nothing. So we are going to run it twice. He hates seeing those clubs out there because that's a big part of his comeback plan, and the king is basically going to end it here. Yeah, unfortunately, this is a different telling of the Battle of Endor. The Galactic Empire has taken out the Ewoks. And poor Wicket has been eliminated. Not sure if he's planning on rebuying or not. I'm sure we'll find out. We have Lynn. Dan hands me a stick. I take it. I don't know if that has any kind of hidden innuendos or not, but typically if a random man offers me a stick of some kind, I don't know how I'd feel about it. First thing to ask is what kind of stick is that, and that's just weird. So. So we're going to see a raise up from Danny Jack with the 2-8s. Going to go two ways to this flop. F stick in there with the 9-6. Looks like the flop's already out. We just can't see it. Okay, 9 high board. F stick most likely not going to go anywhere. King on the river. Probably going to get snap called. Going to take it down with the 9s. Again, thanks to everybody for taking the time out on this Friday night to watch our live stream. It's a 5-5 no limit hold'em. Again, we are here in Louisville, Kentucky at Club JAQK Poker. You can find us on 161 Outer Loop 40214. You can find us online at all of our social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Twitch. You can also find us on Poker Atlas. You can get all the information you need. You can leave a review of the club, get signed up for a game. And any other questions, comments, concerns, you can also visit us on clubjackpoker.net. Find all the information you need there. Again, we have all sorts of interesting things coming up here in the next couple of months. More recently, or a little bit closer to time, here in about a week, we're going to be offering our Club JAQK mini series. Going to be offering a $300 ladies only no limit hold'em Texas tournament. Going to be offering a $200 tag team tournament, a $200 black chip bounty, and a $400 deep stack that's going to run from November 17th through the 19th. We're also going to be offering our card player poker tour. It's going to be coming up in February. We'll talk more about that later. But it's a $600 buy-in, $200,000 guarantee, set to be the largest tournament series in Kentucky history. Let's take a look at this flop first before we continue. You got Mike here doing what Mike does best, just out flopping people. Backdoor straight flush draws. F-stick, generally going to be a little sticky here. Going to at least see one, and we'll see what this turn is. Hopefully it's the 5 of hearts. It's not. Just more turned equity and reason for F-stick to fold in Mike's favor. Most times Mike never going to put his opponent on a jack here. Probably going to just put him on some kind of a draw or 2 overs. Just going to continue betting. And, of course, hits the runner flush. Not that it matters, because in F-stick's eyes, these are cards that he's likely to have had to bluff with. But he's going to check. Mike's going to sit here and think about how lucky he's been running the past couple of years. Man, life is good. Literally just bet. Runner, whatever I need. Probably going to fire out something a little bit oversized to make it look like a bluff. See how much he bet. 175. Yeah, so he's going to bet basically almost pot. He's going to make it look like he's stealing, but It's going to be difficult for him to get a call from F-Stick here. And he goes in and takes it down. And to conclude our poker tournament series, also it's been recently announced that beginning January 8th, we are going to offer the Club JAQK Poker League. That is going to be limited to 36 entries, so the first 36 people that sign up for it. It's going to be a 10 consecutive week, $160 poker tournament. And at the end of 10 weeks, we are going to be giving away two 12K WSOP packages. We're going to be giving away seats to the circuit event when it returns to Caesars Southern Indiana. That's our local casino right across the river in Indiana. And we're also going to be giving away seats to the 200K Card Player Poker Tour when it comes to town in February. So again, that's going to begin January 8th. It's going to run 10 consecutive Mondays. You have to play it every week. We do offer a sub policy where if you aren't able to make it due to circumstances out of your control, you're sick, you had to go out of town, whatever it may be, you can have somebody play for you. But again, that's going to be a 36-person max tournament series. It's going to run January 8th, $160 per week. Would be a great way to get into the main event at the World Series. And here we're going to see F-Stick trying to figure out a way to beat Mike. And I think his best way was just to try to hit a queen or a 3. But unfortunately, he's going to get the bad news here when Mike fires out a decent amount. He's not going to be worried too much about the flushes. He knows the type of opponent that he's against. Mike's a very solid player, so I would expect about 250 here. Looks like he goes a little bit under. He wants value. He knows exactly what he's against. Probably the type of hand that he's currently against, or maybe a weak ace. You know, ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, ace 4, ace 5 would make sense. Pair with a gutter. And here we're going to try to see F-Stick get sticky, and he does that. And Mike just continues his absolute run good. Let's take a look at our chat here. I'm a new viewer here, and I'm already impressed by your stream. Your enthusiasm is contagious. What game are you most excited to play soon? Well, thank you, Goodney. Appreciate that. Let me read your other comment here before I respond to that. But I noticed that something is not well set up on your channel, which could lead to low performance, but I have a great suggestion for you that will make your channel more effective with a strong fan base meeting up with a Twitch algorithm. Add me up on Discord, and we can have a better conversation. Nifamous. Alright, yeah, I don't actually do any of this. I'm just the commentator, bro. So I'm just a guy that sits in the back room and just talks about poker. If you would like to have anything, any kind of comments or concerns with what Club JAQK's doing, even we definitely take constructive criticism. We're here for the players. We're here just to provide you all with a superior poker experience. So if there's anything that you could possibly think of that would improve the stream, they are never going to deny that information or your opinion. So it looks like we have an all-in here. Let me get back to you here in a moment. Looks like Jack 5 offsuit on a ace-high board with 2 10s. And he's going to rake a massive pot. Takes 2 arms to do that. But yeah, Nee, again, if you have any kind of thoughts, what you'd like to do to improve the streams, we'll definitely take that in consideration. Your best option would be to either visit us here again in Louisville, Kentucky at 161 Outer Loop, or visit us online at clubjackpoker.net. We have a way that you can communicate with the head honchos here at Club JAQK. I'm not a head honcho. I am just the voice of Club JAQK Poker. I'm no more than what the Wizard of Oz was, just a guy in the background, seems all-powerful, but really just a guy behind a curtain. I'm a little bit younger and more attractive, but that is disputable. Not age-wise, I'm definitely younger. But Club JAQK has done what they can to provide the players with the best possible experience. They're here simply to provide a superior option to anything that's around us. Again, those familiar with the Louisville, Kentucky and outlying towns, cities, we don't have any poker options here. We have to go out of state to play. Club JAQK is one of the first of its kind. There have been smaller clubs, but what we're seeing here locally is Club JAQK is taking it to the next level. And as of so far, it's been extremely successful. So again, we'd love to hear from you. Please be sure to leave any comments or concerns with us, and we can take a look at them. Also, we are available on all the social media platforms. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and of course on clubjackpoker.net, as well as Poker Atlas. Back to the action here, we're going to see Danny Jack take the lead. F-stick with the worst hand, as usual. Going to go ahead and fire out. He is a true fighter. He's going to find Jimmy here with the pocket eights. Jimmy can probably typically do nothing but fold here. It's very optimistic to think that you have the best hand. And we're going to see a very quick call from Danny Jack. I like the quick call. Sometimes looks like a draw. That's unfortunately going to kill his action, though. It's possible that he could have been calling with a flush draw. But F-stick, a true poker player, continues to fight for the pots. He's going to fire out. Danny Jack, I don't think we can just fold. I think we have to call one more, reevaluate the river. And now we see the diamond. So this would be an interesting pot. An interesting spot to bet out, and it looks like F-stick is going to do exactly that. He's been telling this story nonstop. And unfortunately, he is just going to get the bad news that he made a great bet, but he got a very, very sticky player to call with kings. That's easily a spot that it could have been 10-jack with one diamond, but Danny Jack probably set on knowing his opponent there, trying to bluff it, three big bets. What's the story you're telling? I mean, essentially, I think you can bet the nut flush there on the flop, continue the turn, and then continue the river, but all other hands are going to slow down at some point. Two pairs would slow down. Open-endeds would slow down. Sets would slow down. So I think there we just saw Danny Jack read his opponent and basically just say, hey, he's either got the nuts or he has nothing. And fortunately for him, he was right. Looks like we're going to go ahead and do our Omaha bomb pot. We do this every 30 minutes at the dealer change, typically. This is how they tip the dealers and pay time. So generally what we'll do here is we'll just deal out all the cards. Everybody puts in a set amount, and then we play the flop. So nobody's really got anything here in this bomb pot. No straights. We got a flush draw out there. A couple of straight draws. Jack hits the river. 3-6 would be the nuts, but nobody has a 6 in their hand. Mike's actually in the lead with two pair. It's hard to know that in Omaha. Omaha's a very volatile game. And two pair is going to take it down. So Mike, as usual, winning pots, taking names. Oh, and I forgot to respond to you earlier, Good Knee. As far as the games I'm most excited to play, I'm actually a no limit Holdem player myself. I do enjoy playing Omaha High Low and Omaha from time to time, but I originally grew up when I was real young, you know, before I was 10 years old, playing 5 card draw with my grandma. It's one of the earliest memories I have is learning poker. I didn't actually learn Texas Hold'em until I want to say about the early 2000s. I was still in high school, and the year after I found out about Texas Hold'em is the year that Chris Moneymaker won. So I'd only known the game for about a year and would play it with my friends. And little did I know that that game would explode to become what it has today. I just remember playing, 5 card draw with my grandma, being 5, 6, 7 years old, and now all of a sudden I found out that you could actually win millions of dollars. So I've tried to get my share of those millions of dollars over the past 20 years. Haven't come close, but I've had a couple of wins. Meanwhile, I'm talking about myself. Let's get back to the action. See here, we have an all-in from F-Stick with the 6-9 suited. It's getting a little frisky. Looks like we got called by Mike with the king-queen offsuit, and we all know what's going to happen here. No, we don't. Oh. Okay, so looks like we're going to run it once. Mike almost continued his run good. That would have been sick for F-Stick to flop 2 pair like that, basically having your opponent drawing dead. The last thing you want to see is the board pair or hit a pair on the turn, which is what happened. Luckily for F-Stick, he defeats the God Man himself, Mike. Mike finally losing a hand. Looks like a new jacket he's wearing. He probably bought it from last week's winnings of destroying the table. So here, going to the flop, going to see Jack High. Got some gutters, got some open-endeds. We got middle pair. We're going to see Sean take the aggressive approach with the backdoor flush draw open-ended. I really like to play. Mike, knowing he can outplay him, is going to call with that middle pair. It's going to allow Jimmy to get out of there, but F-Stick with the gut shot looking for the miracle 9. Doesn't come. But this is why I like Sean's lead with the open-ended with the backdoor flush draw, because now he's turned super equity. So what we're going to see here is we're going to see a check, and we need to see a continuation. This is going to put Mike in a difficult spot here, because a lot of the times Mike's going to know that he's either turned some equity, still has good equity from the flop, or already has him crush. Mike with just second pair. Looks like he might think better of it. Probably puts his opponent on at least a jack, folds. Sean's going to go ahead and take that down with just king high. But that's a spot again. Sometimes it's best to go ahead and bet when you turn that additional equity. I know it seems a little scary because you just have king high and you're going against 2 different opponents, and it's very likely that you could get raised. But as we just saw there, if he just checks, Mike checks, Mike's going to end up winning that hand with just a pair of 10s if he misses the river. You don't want to just put money in there and not play aggressively. You want to put that money in there, play aggressively, and win as much money as you can. That's how you become a successful player, winning. So here we're going to see Mike in the cutoff bump it up to 35. F stick, who doesn't F around, 3-bets him up to 70 with the position. Danny Jack's just going to call. Mike probably just going to call as well, and we're going to go see this flop 3 ways. Flop, jack high. Danny with the open-ended is really the only one that loves that flop. Now the deuce hits the turn. That could give some leeway to some bluffing, but Danny just going to know exactly where he's at. Is just going to put himself in a spot to just check call. Here we're going to see a two-way. 2 players have no chance to win unless they bet. Mike just needs to not fold and he'll win the hand. And here's again a spot where F stick 3 bets pre-flop and then just completely shuts down. And if he decides to take his aggressive approach there like he normally does, Danny Jack is probably just going to call. He's going to end up winning a nice pot. But I think he just felt that with the ranges that his opponents are typically going to call him with there, it would just be dead money. But we haven't seen him shy away from that yet. Three ways to the flop, queen high board. Jimmy with the ace-9 offsuit, backdoor nut flush draw in the lead. Danny Jack doesn't care. He knows if he bets and his opponents have nothing, they'll probably fold. And that's exactly what happens. So Danny, again, just playing aggressively, takes down an easy pot.
Now, Jason, if you win, the bounty rolls over, right? Rolls over. $400. Maybe you bust real quick in the cash game. I'm thinking about that.
Jack high board, Sean with the gutter, have stake with the bottom pair, middle pair rather. Gonna go ahead and fire out. Looks like he's just gonna take down a small pot. Again, thanks for joining us here on Friday night, playing a 5-5 no limit Holdem stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. My name's Tom. I'll be here with you all night, watching the action. I've already seen some couple interesting hands. Seen aces versus kings twice. Mike wins a big pot with a flush draw against middle set. Looks like everybody and their mama wants to see this flop. Going 5 ways. Looks like Jimmy, who flopped queen, has a massive lead, but a couple of hands in there that I can see sticking around. Mike, backdoor flush draw. He's going to think better of it. F-stick with the gutter is never going to fold. He's looking for that miracle 6. Nate, also backdoor flush draw is going to get out of there. So the 2 backdoor nut flush draws are going to fold. It's going to stick in there with the gutter. Nate, regretting folding those diamonds, but it is what it is. We should always be seeing a bet here from Jimmy to protect his queen. Typically, he should realize that he's up against some kind of a draw, maybe a weaker pair. You know, a lot of hands that could potentially be out there. 5 6s, 3 6, 3 5, 6 8, 5 8. 10's going to be a great card for him. I would have liked to seen a little small value bet there. Maybe your opponent has a 7 or a 4, thinks you're a little bluffy, but he's just going to realize that if I check, I can't lose anymore. So he does that, wins the pot. Danny Jack with the lovely Queen Jack suited. I'm going to go ahead and bump that up.
Where the fuck is the remote?
It's going to get some action from F-Stick, who has rarely seen a hand that he doesn't like. Unfortunately, this flop, unless he sees some kind of a miracle 5 or a 9 to give him some equity. But that doesn't matter. He's going to get in there. He's going to get snap called by the top pair. And now he turns a 7 and ships it. So he just thinks his opponent doesn't have a queen. He's going to stick it in there. Thought he got lucky, but unfortunately he didn't. He's still going to need to get lucky on the river. We can see here that he only has 3 outs because the 7-8 of hearts is already gone, so he's going to need a 7 or an 8 or an 8. I don't know how many times we're going to run it. Looks like we're going to run it twice, and does not hit it. So Danny Jackson, go ahead and take down that pot, and we'll have to see if F-Stick puts in a rebuy or not. I assume that he brought mini bullets to fire at this game. Chip runner has been announced. And I see a stack of ammo ready to be reloaded. So F-Stick with no chips in front of him. He's playing behind. He's currently waiting on his chips. Decides to raise it up with the 8-3 suited. I believe he thought that we were playing blackjack this round. Realized very quickly that, in fact, we weren't. And that Nate has now 3-bet him up to 95 with the ace-king offsuit. F-Stick, again, given 0 Fs, is going to take his position, and he's going to flop top pair, out-flopping Nate. Now let's see what Nate does. He's taken the aggressive approach. He's raised, and now he's checking. So this might actually let F-Stick know that he's ahead, probably against an ace-king, ace-queen suited, somewhere in that range. It's possible he could be getting slow played, but he's going to lead out. He's going to get called, and we're going to see this turn card, which is the 3 of spades. Nate's just probably going to get out of here now because F-Stick pretty much knows exactly where he's at and is going to fire big with his 2-pair. Let's see what he takes. Looks like he's going to bet small. He's basically crying for a call. Probably knows his opponent's right at where he's at. Can't call too much. Oh, was that not a bet? I actually thought that was a bet. He may have just been paying the dealer back for the loaned money. Yeah, so he's going to fire out massively here. 3/4 of the pot. Zero chance that Nate can do anything other than fold. You're just not in front of any kind of bluffs, essentially. Any kind of bluffs that he would be making would probably still consist of some kind of pair, flush draws, very difficult spot. So he's going to go ahead and take that down. So, after a bet on the turn, F-Stick stuck in there with his king high, hit the miracle. Sean, who I guess just thought that he could get his opponent to fold, is looking to make a very sticky call. No, he's actually raising here, making it look like a value bet bluff. We're going to see a raise here, and he's going to snap fold. I like the bluff, just unfortunately his opponent had precisely what he was repping. Generally speaking, that's going to be good if your opponent doesn't have it. Probably going to get him to fold. F-Stick, I'm not so sure he would fold any kind of a pair or 2-pair there. He's just going to hope that you were bluffing. And, when we look at our VPIPs here, if I can get it to stay on the screen for more than 2 seconds, which I can't. F-Stick, 72%. That's pretty high. Pretty high. Rounded up at the bottom here with Jimmy at 27%. Generally speaking, 25, 35% is where you want to be at. Played a tournament online the other night with 1,400 people. I ended up finishing with a 31% VPIP. So it's you're seeing hands, but you're not playing overly aggressive. 72%, you're basically just never folding. You're just always wanting to see the action. Here, it's a diamond party. Diamonds are forever. Of course, there's 0 diamonds out there, so we're going to see who has the most heart. Nate, with the King Jack, does have equity here. Sean turns a gutter. It's going to fire out.
100, and then you had 1,000, and then you got like 2,000 again. It's like magic.
And based on the action here, I don't know if Nate can fold. He's seen his opponents willing to make some plays here. All of a sudden getting super aggressive on the turn. And it does look like Nate's going to make a really good call here. I know it's difficult, but let's put the story together. Why is he being so aggressive all of a sudden on the turn now? It's possible that he could have been, being aggressive with hearts. So this is where we're going to see some interesting action here. Can Sean continue through with the story? It would have made sense that he bet big on like a flush draw, maybe like some kind of hand with a gutter, like King 9 of Hearts or something like that. And now he goes all in, and it puts him in an incredibly difficult spot. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Nate if he would have to essentially just be putting his opponent on a straight bluff for him to make this call. So many combinations. A lot of what makes sense is, again, King 9 of Hearts, something like that. But we do see that Sean's making some comments, getting a little talky here.
Yeah, okay. Over-under is 11%.
So let's see if he can piece this story together here. Here watching on the stream, watching behind the scenes, we think it's an easy call, and he makes a fantastic call. Fantastic call. Put that story together. Is going to end up doubling up Nate.
Chip runner, 1,000, Rock. 1,000.
What an unbelievable call by Nate. It's very difficult to make that call when obviously the straights get there, the flushes get there, but you just have to know your opponent. It's very opponent specific. I believe that he's just reading the situation for what it is. It seems like a spot where it could be easily stolen, but nevertheless incredibly difficult to do that.
Yeah, did he give you a Tommy? You got those places? I'm not. Yeah, I gave him the jack. Can't actually for it. You also know what he could do with his tickets.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Rock. He told me to give him a bounce. Hold on. Give me a second.
So again, thanks everybody for being with us tonight. Again, this is our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em cash game stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're ever interested in joining the stream, just send us a message on one of our social media platforms. The best way to get a hold of us would be either through Facebook or visiting us on clubjackpoker.net. Typically, the easiest way to get signed up is they'll post something on Facebook, a couple days prior and trying to get signed up. So we allow anybody to come play. If you're ever interested in the area, want to know what it's like playing online on the stream, just give us a shout. We'll get you signed up. Here we have Estic finally catching a hand, although he hates it with the jacks. We're going to see what Mike can do here. Mike with the second pair. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Took the lead. Decided to bet out. Got called by F-Stick, so now it's going to be interesting to see what happens here on the turn. Mike's going to go ahead and continue his aggressive story. Gets absolutely snap called. And now we're going to go to the river. This is a spot where I could believe that Mike thinks that he absolutely has the best hand. And Mike doesn't want to show his hand. He wants to see his opponent's hand first. And F-Stake, second pair, is going to win that hand. Got a question here from a Chance Roberts. Do you have to be a member to play the tournaments? Yes, Chance, you do have to be a member to visit us here in Club JAQK. This is how we're able to legally operate in the state of Kentucky. Instead of taking money out of the pots or in the tournaments, what they do is they take money from memberships. So if you want to be a member, they have ways that you can get signed up to be a member. And once that happens, you're allowed to play every single free roll for free. And if you want to enter the the nightly tournaments with a cost associated with it, you can get in those as well. But you do have to be a member to come here to visit us at Club JAQK. Again, that's just how we're able to operate legally here in the state of Kentucky. That's how they're able to generate revenue, is by charging a membership fee rather than taking a rake out of each and every pot, which, believe it or not, I've actually worked in the casino for many, many years. This particular setup, how they have their business model set up, is actually cheaper than what the casinos would normally charge. Typically, the casinos are going to take out $5 to $7 almost out of almost every single pot. If you do the math, they're doing about 15, 20 hands per 30-minute session, so that's about 30 to 60 hands per hour. And if you start doing the math, it's a lot more cost effective to play here at Club JAQK. So.
That'd be at my house, Dan. That'd be at my house right there. That's almost right there. Somebody has a bucket. Sounds just like me. Nobody ever does me.
And again, if you have any kind of questions or comments or concerns about anything that we're doing here, you can visit us on clubjackpoker.net, all of our social media platforms. Again, with the daily memberships, we have daily memberships, monthly memberships, and yearly memberships. But of course, you're going to be better off buying that yearly membership. A membership for a daily experience here at Club JAQK is only $10. So if you are just in town, want to check out the place for the first time, it's only going to cost you $10 to come in the door. Unfortunately, that's only going to be good for one day. Your next option would be a monthly membership, which is $30. So we can start doing the math here. You can pay for a one-day daily membership, which is going to be $10, or you can pay a monthly membership, which is only $30. So if we start doing the math, you're going to save a massive amount of money by doing that monthly membership. It's only going to end up being $1 per day as opposed to $10 per day. And then the best overall value is going to be our yearly membership. It's going to be $240. I don't have the exact number on me right now, but it essentially ends up being roughly about 65 cents per day, I think is what the actual number was. So again, $240 for a yearly membership, $30 for a monthly membership, $10 for a daily membership. If you want your ultimate value, I'd recommend go ahead and paying out that yearly membership fee. Again, it's only going to cost you about 65 cents per day. They offer $1,000 free rolls every day. So you can come down here, win one of these free rolls, and literally if you win one of the free rolls, it pays for your whole year. So make sure you take advantage of that. Looks like we got a new player here in the game. Got some new blood. Again, this is our 5-5 no limit Holdem stream here at Club JAQK. Free rolls are only Friday now, right? Not to my knowledge, Ryan. I believe the free rolls are every single day. I haven't been told otherwise. I can double check that. I can take a quick look to see if I can get any kind of information about that. To my knowledge, that's not the case, though. Again, I'm just the voice of Club JAQK. I'm not actually a head honcho here. I They lock me in a back room and just tell me to commentate, so I don't know too much. I do know that their Friday free roll is now 2,000. Now, is that going to be the case going forward? Not 100%. Either way, a $2,000 free roll is unbelievable. Again, all you have to do is be a member. You can come down here and play anytime. Don't have to pay a single dollar, and you can win a nice little prize. Yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of information as far as the free rolls. Again, to my knowledge, they are going to be every single day. Fridays are going to be 2,000, I believe. But if you have any kind of questions or concerns about that, again, be sure to visit us on any of our social media platforms. That's where the head honchos are. They're going to be able to answer those questions a little bit more successfully than I can. Again, I'm just locked away in a back room. I don't even have access to ask somebody, so they're all out busy. Actually, we see Danny Jack here getting his gamble on. So if you really want to know, you can just come down and go up to the table and ask him. Looks like we still got an open seat, though, so if anybody is interested in visiting us and coming down and playing, anybody is welcome to get on the Club JAQK stream. You just got to be ready to gamble. Again, we're at 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214 here in Louisville, Kentucky. We do our live stream games every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm not able to make it on Sundays. We have Mitch here doing the Sunday streams, but that is actually a PLO game. So on Friday and Saturday nights, starting at 6 p.m., we are going to be offering a 5-5 no limit Holdem stream. And on Sundays, we'll offer PLO action. The PLO action is also 5-5, but it's pot limit. Looks like Saturday in the 4C last night ran it up. Nice, congrats. It's awesome to hear. I've only got to play a couple of free rolls. Unfortunately, I actually had to leave early on both of them. Just basically, the first time I had to leave no matter what. Second time I played the free roll, I was actually scheduled to do commentating, so I was basically just killing time until I had to do that, so I didn't really play very serious. I have had some other successes playing here recently, but I've only actually played the live stream once myself. Had a great time doing it. So again, if anybody's interested in doing that, they'll accept anybody. They allowed me to play. Flop comes 2 kings. Nobody has anything, so we're going to see whoever has the most hearts going to take down this pot. Turn's going to come a heart. Speaking of heart, give Sean's 4 hearts. He does fire out. F-stick. Turns a 2. Doesn't want to give up. Let's see what happens here. He's just going to show the deuce and take it down. So, easy pot. Yeah, Ryan, looks like they only do the live streams again Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. It is possible that if there was a game that they could maybe start setting up some more streams throughout the week. Currently, it is only 3 nights a week, and it is the weekend. But it's possible if there was enough interest that they probably could go get it up and running. I will say there is a lot of work that goes behind the scenes to getting the stream up and running. It's not as simple as one would think. We do have obviously the card readers, but somebody is inputting that information manually in a back room as well. So, I'm in one room commentating. We have somebody else manually inputting the information into the computer. That's why you see the dealer wearing a headset. He's basically breaking down the information to the person in the background. So there is an absolute ton of work that goes into providing this live stream for you guys. But again, that's something that Club JAQK wanted to do. They stressed themselves that they wanted to make sure that they provided the absolute best poker experience here locally. And just from my experience as being a player, dealer, traveling a lot and playing, this is one of the better setups that I've ever seen. And I couldn't be more ecstatic to have this here locally in our city of Louisville. Something that we desperately needed for a very, very long time. And Club JAQK has not left any kind of stone unturned. They have basically brought out all the bells and whistles to just provide the absolute best experience. And again, we have all sorts of amazing tournaments and tours coming up, little miniature series, daily promotions, daily free rolls. Club JAQK is officially where the players play. And again, if you're in the Louisville, Kentucky area or the surrounding areas and want to come check us out, again, we're at 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214 here in Louisville, Kentucky. If you have any kind of questions or concerns, you can visit us on clubjackpoker.net, as well as Poker Atlas and any social media platform. Looks like we're going to have a bump it up from Nate with the lovely Ace-10 suited F-stick in there with the Queen-9 off. We're going to go heads up to this flop two ways, and we're going to see a 9-high board. So we're going to see F-stick go ahead and take that quick lead. He's going to go ahead and check that, see if he can get some action from Nate, who does have the backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. This is going to be a spot where F-stick just has to bet to protect his equity. Can't give any more free cards. And I could see Nate maybe sticking around with the 2 overs, but he's going to think better of it. Probably realizes that F-stick's just going to have some kind of small pair or even something better than that, and just going to go ahead and get rid of it. All right, I'm going to take my first mini break of the night. I will be back in 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes.
Is that what we're doing? No, I don't want to. You're running twice, sir?
All right, I'm back. Hope we didn't miss too much action. Let's take a look at our chat, see if we missed anything here. We got a message here from Bill. Club JAQK was a great experience. The 3 or 4 times I've played, cash games were awesome. Set up is a great atmosphere. Anyone thinking of going, you definitely should. Thank you for the endorsement, Bill. We certainly do appreciate that. Again, that's what we're here for. Not to cut that off, but let's take a look at this action here. We had a raise and a call. Looks like F6 is going to go ahead and bump that up with pocket kings to 180. It's the first big raise here, so his opponent should probably take note of that. He's been extremely spicy, splashing around, mixing things up. But now this is a huge raise pre-flop. Looks like we're going to go 2 ways, kings versus 10s. Let's take a look at this action, see what happens here. Flop's going to come 6 high. 10s probably going to find themselves in a difficult spot here. It's possible here that he could think that maybe it's just an ace-king, ace-queen. Maybe he's still in the lead, but F-Stick is going to fire out a huge, huge bet. Looks like 400. Bets the pot right out the door. Immediately going to put Troy on a tough spot. I know Troy is still new to the game, but we should definitely be aware of F-Stick's gameplay. I know it's incredibly difficult here to fold, but this is a spot where it's even likely that F-Stick's pre-flop could have just been stealing with 7-8 suiteds, 4s, 5s, 6s. It's very possible that Troy's 10s are never going to be in the lead here, but again, against a type of player that F-Stick is, when you have the overpair, you're going to find yourself in some tough spots. But he does. He makes an incredible fold. Very difficult to make that fold. He does get shown the kings, knows that he made a good laydown. But that's why I don't like showing cards. Your opponents will start to take note of your bet sizings, your mannerisms. It's never good to give away free information. Let's take a look at some of his stats here. Looks like Mike's still in the lead there with 3,400, followed right behind by Nate. V-Pip still up top, 74%. So it looks like we're going to go this flop 4 ways. Going to see 2 5s and a deuce. Nate in the lead with pocket 9s. Going to feel real comfortable, but he's going to absolutely hate that turn card. Sean's going to go ahead and take the lead here. But again, this is why I like being aggressive with my hands, because we just don't want opponents to catch up. We need to protect our equity. I feel like Nate here is going to hate the diamonds. He's going to hate the ace. He's going to hate the jack, but he's going to get sticky and still call and just find the bad news that he should have played the hand a little bit more aggressively. Generally in these multi-way pots where there's only been 1 bet, you're going to see a lot of overcards, and when the flop comes 5-5 deuce, it's best just to go ahead and bet and see where you're at, quote unquote. And if you get called, you know where you're at basically. But you just prevent those 3 outers from hitting the turn. That's precisely what happened. So we're going to have Mike raise it up here with the king queen suited. Danny JAQK, after a few moments of figuring out what's going on, calls. He's going to flop a 4. Mike, flop top pair. Looks like he's going to play it a little slick. Try to get some action from his opponent, which he does oblige him. It's going to kind of run around a diamond, but Mike's still going to have the lead here with the king queen. Danny with the blocker, with the nut flush draw. It's going to be very, very difficult for him to get sticky here and call, but he does in fact do that, and Mike's going to take down another pot. We have a chat here from Savannah Lee. Nice commentating. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. They did tell me when I applied to be the commentator that I have a above average knowledge of poker and the voice of an angel. An extremely monotone, dry angel, but an angel nevertheless. I'm glad that I can provide you all with good poker commentary. That's what I'm here for. Normally I would be here with my buddy Mitch. Again, my name's Tom. Normally I'd be here with my buddy Mitch, but unfortunately his daughter is under the weather today, and he has decided that his fatherhood duties were a little bit more important than watching a bunch of degenerates play poker. Yeah, I may have made that up, Savannah, but it's all good. Here we're going to see our classic showdown, Ace King versus Queens. Let's take a look at this action here. We had a raise from the Queens. Got a 3-bet. Or excuse me, 3-bet by Queens. Jimmy on the button with Ace King. Looks like he's just going to call, play his position, and flop the stone cold nuts. So a great slow play from him. What we're going to see here is a bet out, which is a good bet, but unfortunately Jimmy, unless he just decides to float, is just always going to fold. And you can see it in his face. He's upset. In his eyes, it's probably he got unlucky that he didn't re-raise pre-flop, and now his opponent might have something like Queen Jack, Ace Queen, something like that. But he doesn't look like he's going to continue. I do like the aggressive bet from Troy, because you have to think about it this way. When you flop the nuts like that, they're generally never going to put you on a hand that strong if you play it that aggressively. Typically, just being in that spot so many times myself and seeing it so many times, they're generally going to put you on like a flush draw, maybe a top pair, seeing where they're at. Good bet. Takes it down. So here we see a queen high board. Danny with the top pair. So we got a bet from Sean. Backdoor, straight flush draw, second pair. Mike getting a little sticky with the gutter. Looks like we're going to have a check raise here from Danny JAQK with the queen 7. Going to try to protect his hand from most likely holdings, which are going to be draws. He's going to show that queen, take down that pot. Okay, I guess we didn't see the queen on the turn. So yeah, the queen came on the turn, and then we had the bet. So our graphics were a little bit behind there, but nevertheless, it's going to be very hard for either of his opponents to continue. Trip queen's going to take it down. Looks like we're currently up to 50 viewers on our stream. Thanks so much for everybody being here with us tonight at our 5-5 No Limit Holdem cash game stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. It would help us out and be a great service to us if you were to share this stream with all your friends, tag your friends. We're trying to grow our brand, show that this is the superior poker experience here in the Louisville, Kentucky area. If you're ever in the surrounding area, please be sure to come out and visit us. Looks like here we have F-Stick offering his old Philly cheesesteak to another player. And believe it or not, the player accepted the old Philly cheesesteak sandwich. That's something that I probably wouldn't do myself. I'm not really a fan of eating other people's food, but sometimes people are hungry. Gotta do what you gotta do. So it folds around here to the button with Sean on the 10-3 suited. Thinks that's good enough to go ahead and raise. He's going to get snap called by Mike and F-Stick with diamonds. Here, all players flop nothing, but Sean has the flush draw. F-Stick, always willing to get in there and battle for pots, is going to bet out. I see Sean here only calling. We're going to go heads up to this river, which could be interesting here. And he misses out. So this is the spot where F-Stick's going to just have to continue his story. He's going to have to fire out. And the only thing Sean can do is either raise or fold. Obviously, he's never going to call with just 10 high, but it looks like F-Stick's going to give up and check, and Sean is going to know what he has to do. He's going to bet out and going to get the fold. So even though the best hand wins, I'd like to see some more poker play there. You got here a comment from Thomas. Stick is the GOAT. I guess that's F-Stick is who we're talking about. F-Stick is the GOAT. So it looks like we got some F-Stick fans around here.
First time I've ever heard this. What is this? This tip I'm trying to give you earlier. Super card.
So it looks like here we're going to have Sean open it up with the King Jack offsuit and the cutoff. Good spot to do it, but he's going to get 3-bet immediately by Mike on the button to 105. It's going to fold back around to him, and he's just going to make better of it. It's very difficult to go up against Mike out of position. Mike's one of the more solid players that plays, so he's just going to realize that he's probably going to be in a very difficult spot most of the time. He's going to go ahead and get out of there. So we can see here Mike, obviously, as usual, right on par, killing the game. Sean is going to be bringing up the bottom, down almost about 900. Still time to get that together. Jordan with a spread of the deck. Probably could use a little work, but I will give him some credit. I do know these cards. These cards are about twice the size of a normal deck. These are special RFID cards. Normally you can get a pack of cards for a few dollars. Casino quality cards for about $5 to $10. These cards cost $150 per pack. Again, they're special RFID. For those unfamiliar with those that's how we're able to read the graphics. They have little antennas in them that are numbered 1 through 52. They represent a individual card. So like if you pull out a card, it might say, you know, a number 1 would be like the ace of spades. Number 2 might be the deuce of spades. Number 3 might be the 3 of spades, so on and so forth. So that's how we're able to get those details. Very, very special cards. So it looks like here we have a straddle, and then Danny Jack +1. It's going to bump it up with the Jack 10 suited. He's going to get some action. Jimmy with King 10 suited. Troy already invested on the straddle with the 5-6 suited. Troy flopping that open-ended. Both other players not flopping anything. Can't see it, but it looks like here Danny Jack probably let out. Got called by Troy only. Going heads up to the turn. Troy looking for the straight or club for some equity. Can't see the turn. Now we see the river. And it looks like we missed it, but Danny Jack turned the jack on the river and just fired out and took it down. So Troy misses his straight. Wish he could have hit it, but there's always another time to hit it. I would love to be able to hop in this game, but unfortunately I only have $106 and they don't play ones. So I don't know if it would be wise to sit down with 21 big blinds. So I'm just going to sit back here in the booth, talk to the chat. Looks here we still have an open seat to fill. Possibly 2 seats to fill. I believe we have 3 seats. I'm not sure if we have. Yep, we do have 2 seats. So, again, we got 2 seats open, guys. So if anybody's interested in playing here at Club JAQK on our live stream tonight, again, it's a 5-5 buy-in. Just come down and visit us. We got open seats, 161 outer loop. That's 40214 here in Louisville, Kentucky. Hop in the game. And it looks like it's our official bomb pot time. So if you're wondering why we're playing Omaha and going straight to the flop, what we do is everybody puts in a set amount and we just deal it out and go straight to the flop and play the action from there. That's how we tip our dealers, pay time, rake, so on. So we see here immediately 2 players flop out, trip 5s, F-stick with a 10, makes a good decision and gets out of there. And I didn't actually see it here, but Sean actually did flop the full house. He has the 10-5, so he did flop the full house. Troy is going to find himself in an incredibly difficult spot because, you know, if he hits the 5 or the 7, obviously the 5's not out there. The 7 he might think is good, but in all reality, he's actually going to have to hit the 8. And this is going to be a little bit easier spot for him to get away because it's most likely going to go check with a bet by Sean, who's probably going to get some value, so he's probably not going to bet too much relative to the pot, and he doesn't. He bets 175, and here we're just going to have to see Troy make a good laydown. Even the bluffs got there. You have a weak 5 with an 8 kicker. Generally never going to be good, but he gets sticky, decides to just pay it off. He's going to get the bad news. This is generally going to be a spot. Again, I'm not an Omaha expert, but generally speaking, when you have the 5 here, it's very possible that your opponent's going to have some kind of a higher 5 if he's continuing his action this way. Generally an ace-5 at the minimum. But it's also possible that your opponent could have pocket 10s here very easily. Pocket queens floated, hits a queen, although less unlikely, but equally as likely as having the 10s. So I know it's difficult. I'd like to see a fold there, though. Otherwise, you're just kind of keeping your fingers crossed and hoping that it's the best hand. You want to be pretty confident when you're playing, and that's a spot that isn't going to bode much confidence. Got a question from Tanis. You all busy tonight? We are busy. Got several tables going. You can see a table there in the background. That's a cash game. Another cash game as well. Another cash game as well. I believe the tournament is coming down to the end. The free roll tournament's coming down to the end. They also have their nightly tournament as well, which I would love to play. Here we got a lot of hands that flopped a little bit of action. We got Troy up top, flop top 2. Sean flopped a gutter. Mike flopped top pair with a flush draw. F stick flopped a flush draw. Let's take a look at this action, see how this goes. Mike probably thinking that his top pair is going to be in the lead most times. He's going to fire out. F stick calls behind him. Troy, I could see coming with the raise, and he does. It's a good spot to raise. You're out of position. It's probably a good idea to go ahead and find out where you're at now instead of playing the guessing game. You know, if you get called, you're probably in a difficult spot. Mike probably is going to realize that Jack 10 is just never good here. Now, F-Stick is going to find himself in a spot here because he'd basically have to be putting him on like an ace-high flush draw or something of that nature. I would say if F-Stick had a pair here, say for example he had the King Jack with the King of Hearts, I'd be more apt to want to call. But at this spot, you're just hoping your opponent doesn't have anything and that your king is good. And it looks like here he is going to take the super aggressive approach. Looks like we're going to bump that up to, is that 555? Is that right? 655? 655. Looks like we're just going to get it all in here. Troy just realizing that most of the time 2 pairs is going to be good now. His opponent likely is going to have a hand such as ace-9 with ace of hearts, ace-jack with ace of hearts. Makes the good call. He's glad he doesn't have the ace, and the heart breaks out on the river. So 2 pairs going to scoop that first pot. He's looking to avoid the queen or the heart, but unfortunately can't. F6 going to get that heart, so we're just going to go ahead and chop this pot. So Troy here falls around to the button, it looks like. Open it up with King Jack offsuit. Doesn't look like he's going to get any action. Or was there a straddle that we're just not seeing? No, it looks like Troy's just going to take that down. So we're going to see Nate here open it up with the ace-10 off. The only action he's going to get is from F-Stick, pocket threes. Pretty standard call on the big blind. Flop coming 9 high. F-Stick Again, one of those spots where a majority of the time your opponent's going to have the 2 over cards. You can easily see a bet and a call here. Yep, that's exactly what we see. So we'll go to this turn card. F6 really hoping to avoid any kind of over cards. Now again, this isn't going to be a danger card for him because he's got the gutter and he blocks the second nuts. And we've seen this a couple times from F6 where he has these mediocre hands, and in a spot typically where your opponent would have 2 overs, the over doesn't hit. He goes ahead and fires out and takes down a pot. It's very well played. It's going to go ahead and get you a couple of wins locked in most of the time. And again, we'll take a look at our wins for the day so far. And F-Stick has moved himself up. So even though he's rebought, he has moved himself back up into the winner's circle. I can get this to stick. Here we go. That way you can take a quick look at it. Mike, big winner. Sean, medium loser. Still plenty of time, though. You never want to get caught up on your wins, losses. Poker is the long game. Some nights you win, some nights you lose. But instead of thinking of your daily wins and losses, think of your weekly wins and losses. Think of your monthly wins and losses. Think of your yearly wins and losses. It's always best to keep track of yourself so that way you can kind of see what's happening. If you play one night, sometimes you have aces and you run into kings and dude hits a king on you. So it's really hard to judge that first night. But if you play several nights and start taking a look at your results, you can get a better understanding of where you're playing at. Again, if you play for a couple weeks, a couple months, take a look at your stats. That way you can adjust accordingly. Poker's a long game. The better you play over the long run, the more money you'll make. Don't get caught up on the short-term failures or successes. Here we have a rivered flush from Danny Jack, who's going to put out a value bet and get snap called by F-Stick. F-Stick, unfortunately, is just going to come in second best here. He's going to ship that over to Danny. Going to this flop 3 ways. Everybody's got garbage. Looks like Jimmy's going to take the lead with middle pair. F-Stick, always willing to hit that backdoor draw. Just calls. And Nate with the gutter. Backdoor flush draw calls as well. We're going to go to this turn of the deuce of clubs. And here we have Nate and Jimmy both turn flush draws. So this is going to be interesting to see the river. Unfortunately, it's not the club. It's a 5. Jimmy does hit a full house. It's going to be very difficult for him to get money from anybody unless F-Stick or his other opponent just puts in money, tries to steal it. And that's exactly what happens here. So we're going to see Nate try to take a stab at it. Probably try to overbet, maybe steal it. No, it's going to go right at about half pot. So he's going right at half pot. And looks like here, with Jimmy being as short as he is, he's only got 275. What do you do here? Do you just go ahead and ship it? Do you min raise? What's the chat think? What's the best play? Looks like Jimmy's best play in his mind is to go ahead and bump it up to 175. Unfortunately, he's going to get 0 action out of this. But nevertheless, he takes down that much-needed pot, builds a little bit up on his stack. So here we got some interesting poker going on this hand. We have a raise up to 30 with Queen 4 offsuit. Troy wants to defend his straddle. Flop's about as good as you can with the 10-5 offsuit. You flop to double gutter here, or just a gutter rather. Needs the 7. Does hit the 10 though, but doesn't usually going to be a fan of that, just for the fact that does complete a 4-ball straight out there. Any 7's good for the straight. Jack Queen also gets there. Jack 7, although unlikely, is also there. So what we're going to see here is, looks like F-Stick's going to finger out some chips. Looks like he's going to double fist this bad boy. Count it up, make it look as strong as possible. Go ahead and double fist that bad boy. Looks like he's going to put out about $1.25 maybe. And that's going to be good enough. So good play by F-Stick. Always willing to fight for the chips. And that's sometimes what you got to do. You don't want to go crazy with it, but you always want to be willing to fight for those chips, because that's how you win in poker. You got to win pots. And we can see two different styles. Literally, guys sitting right next to each other, Mike and F-Stick. Mike is very conservative, but very aggressive. And he does what he has to do to win pots. F-Stick, very aggressive, a little bit more loose, does what he has to do to win pots. So it's always great to see that action. So again, if you're just now joining us, love having you here tonight here on our 5-5 No Limit Holdem cash game stream here at Club JAQK Poker in Louisville, Kentucky. We got some interesting information of some tournament series, poker leagues, tours coming up, the whole shebang. We have our Club JAQK mini series from November 17th through the 19th. That's just about a week away. We have recently announced our Club JAQK Poker League. That's going to run starting January 8th for 10 consecutive weeks, starting on Mondays. And then again, we also have our Card Player Poker Tour, a $200,000 guaranteed tournament series coming up in February. We'll go over all that information here soon. Take a look at this hand here. Got Troy with the 9s. Just going to go ahead and take down an easy pot. Starting with the Club JAQK mini series, it's going to be November 17th through the 19th. We're going to kick that off with a $300 ladies only Friday, November 17th at 11 a.m. It's a ladies only event, so if you are a woman, you are allowed to play. However, we do not discriminate against the men. If you wish to play in the ladies event and be one of those guys, we offer a 5x buy-in, so you can enter the $300 ladies buy-in for $1,500. It's 5x, but you are in fact required to wear a dress to the event. I haven't been told you had to wear a wig or a weave, but you do have to wear a dress, and it's up to you which kind of dress you'd prefer to wear. You can wear a mini skirt, sundress, prom dress, nightgown, whatever you want. You just got to look like the douchebag that you are. We also offer a $200 tag team event. That's going to be Saturday, November 18th at 2 p.m. That's where you and a buddy can switch off and play a tournament together. Those are always exciting. Later on that night, on the 18th at 7 p.m., there's a $200 black chip bounty. And to wrap up the Club JAQK mini-series on November 19th at 12 p.m., that's a Sunday, we're offering a $400 deep stack. Again, that's the Club JAQK mini-series running from November 17th through the 19th. We'll take a look at this hand now. Let's see here, we got Troy on the button with aces. Looks like we had a little raise, and then we're going to get 3-bet by Mike up to Ace King, with Ace King up to 150, and he's going to get the bad news here. F Sticks got in there with the 8s. Mike, it's going to be hard for him to get away with this. I can see Mike easily taking a look at his chip stack, and then he's going to take a look at F Sticks chip stack, and I can see Mike easily shoving here, but Mike is also good enough to fold. He's kind of got the look on his face like he's upset, but there you see a little glance to F Sticks chip stack. He knows that he's going to have to essentially play a really big pot here, and Mike, being as good as he is definitely capable of folding this. F Stick is not, though. F Stick, I can see a spot here where he's just going to get it in. He's going to think about it. But this would be an incredibly good fold. Typically in these spots, you're just going to think to yourself, it's like, okay, it's possible that he has the overpair on me, but a lot of the times, Ace King, Ace Queens. See if he has what it takes to fold. He's thinking about it. He just knows that he's going to have to put in almost all of those green chips. For any of those unaware, the red chips are worth 5, the green chips are worth 25, the black chips are worth 100, and then the occasional rare purple are worth 500s. I don't believe we have any of those on the stream right now, but yeah, he's got like $1.50 out there or whatever it is right now, and he's going to need another significant amount to match up to it. Very, very difficult spot here. I think he just needs to realize that he would be gambling if he calls this with 8s and just kind of keeping his fingers crossed. But he does not. He wants to gamble. So we're going to have pocket 8s versus pocket aces all in. Let's see if they run it multiple times. Mike realizing that he made a great fold, but that's why Mike's a great player. He doesn't get caught up in Ace Kings, which a lot of players do, a lot of amateur players. Although, not to downgrade Ace King, it is one of the top hands in Holdem. If it was suited, I could see Mike maybe sticking out a call there, but offsuit, just a good fold. He knows a lot of time he's going to be up against exactly what he's against. No 8. He's going to need a 6 or something to continue. That's going to be a great turn card for him, but unfortunately he does not hit it. It's downside is he's lost a lot of his straight cards to outflop the aces. He's going to need an 8. He needs a 5 or a 9 here for continued equity, or a spade. Doesn't hit it. It's going to come down to an 8 and an 8 only, and he doesn't do it. So aces is going to get a full double here. $2,020 pot. Troy, extremely happy he didn't get unlucky. Again, we still have 2 open seats in our game. Don't be intimidated to sign up for the 5-5 stream. It's a juicy game. Definitely need some new action here. Go in and get your money. You can see it if you're watching the live stream. You know these guys are gambling. So it looks like F6 actually going to wake up with a decent hand here with the pocket jacks. It's going to go ahead and 3-bet that out of the big blind. It's a little heavy though. One thing to take note of is when F-Stick has a solid hand, he's an incredibly aggressive player, but when F-Stick has a solid hand, he bets really big and he flops the joint. And Danny Jack with trip threes is in line for a huge, huge pot here. Mike, being Mike, is never drawing dead. He's looking at the 10 of clubs, but he's going to take his equity here. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to see F-Stick bet out, and Danny Jack can easily raise here. But let's see what kind of approach he takes. Looks like he's just going to call, and that's going to allow Mike to get in there and try to hit that miracle 10 of clubs. And if the 10 of clubs comes, I'm leaving the stream. If the 10 of clubs hits, I'm leaving. Oh, so close. So the 9 is going to complete some straight draw. It's going to get some straight. And what an excellent check here by F-Stick. Just fantastic. Made it look like he was upset that something hit. And they gets it in. F-Stick's going to win a massive pot, 22.65. Did I read that right? Did it go check bet all in? The action was pretty quick and we weren't able to follow it exactly, but unbelievable play there. Massive, massive pot. F-Stick's going to take that down with the pocket jacks.
I think I just called every stream. You have dash queen every time now. I can't fold. After 600, I can fold for 5,000.
So we're going to move on to the next hand here where Danny Jack raises it up to 40. He's going to get a couple of calls from deuces and ace-3 suited. Go this flop 3 ways. Sees that it comes out queen high with 2 clubs. Nobody's a huge fan of that, so we're going to see who has the most heart here. I think this is a spot where Danny should be firing out. He had the pre-flop aggression, early position. Most of the times he's going to have a hand that leads his range. And it looks like Sean tried to steal it with the ace-3 and got snap called by Danny. So Danny was just playing bluff catcher there. But again, I'd probably like to see a little bit of aggression there. Again, they don't know what your cards are, but based on your early position raise, premium cards come out, hit the board. Go ahead and take that down. See a comment here from Lynn in the comment section. That's how you win with Jack Jack. Yeah. Playing Jack Jack and winning Jack Jack is so much easier when you flop a Jack. Otherwise, you're always seeming to find yourself in a very difficult spot. Jacks are one of the more difficult hands to play, along with like queens, tens, ace queens. Very difficult, but when you do flop that Jack, you know you're most likely going to get paid. And it was very beneficial that the opponent had 3 of a kind as well. Most times you have pocket jacks, that flop is just going to come out, not be very beneficial. It's going to have like a king or a queen or an ace out there, and you're just always wondering what's happening. But here, we're going to have some action here. We got Troy with the nut flush draw. We got Mike with the gutter. We got F-Stick with the open-ended. Mike's going to think better of it and get out of there. And we're going to see this interesting turn card, which is going to be the nut flush for Troy. F-Stick's not going to be a big fan of it because this open-ended is now going to be trumped by spades, full houses. Nine's going to hit the river, putting out 2 pair on the board. Troy, not a fan of this one. But he should feel fairly confident where his opponent's at, just calling, playing passively. Most likely is on a draw, 10 jacks, king jacks, king tens, 8 tens, 8 jacks, somewhere in that range. Maybe a small pair. But even with 2 pair on the board, he's going to be happy to take that down.
You guys got wives up there, girlfriends? I got the taxing event. Get $50 off if your wife or girlfriend plays. So rebate. Not a bad player. I figured there's a chance of, you know, she just knows how to play. For the first 8 levels, you play on your own, and then after the rebuy period, you come together for one step. Every 20 minutes. What's Mike's pick? Mike.
Mike's?
Yeah.
31%.
31%?
Yeah.
What about Buxton?
Oh, it's going to be outrageous. It's just under 70% now for the first time.
31 to 7?
So go to this flop. Sorry about that. I got a little distracted here. Let's see what we can see here. I see Jimmy with the gutter, Troy with top pair, Danny, nothing, F stick, flush draw with a gutter. So it looks like top pair versus the gutter, and the gutter does in fact hit. So F stick's going to really love his hand here. He's got the straight, even if his opponent has the 6-8. He's going to have outs. Troy here is going to get sticky with his top pair, it looks like, and I don't like this call. I think we need to be a little bit aggressive with our hands instead of just calling and hoping that our top pair is good, because what's going to happen here is we're going to be playing a guessing game. We were guessing on the turn if our opponent had it. Now we're guessing on the river. And our opponent's likely holdings are going to include an ace, maybe ace 4, ace 5, ace 3, something in that range. And then when the deuce hits the river, we're just always going to assume that our 7 is no good. So I might like to see, instead of playing a guessing game there, to go ahead and raise the turn. And if we get called, we know that we're most likely going to be beat in most scenarios, even if we're against the flush draw.
I just didn't. They let you have as many as you want. It's crazy.
Well, usually in that position, you make like 250, and I was like, I'm not paying 250 for a caddy. If it was open-ender, it was not a good. Yeah. Then you fold, and I'm like, what the fuck? No, you done right. No, yeah. Yeah, excellent. For you. Yeah, I know. That's what I said.
So F-Sticks continued his run good. He was down at one point. Had to rebuy. Has since ran it back up. We'll take a look at our numbers here in a moment after this hand. But here again, we see Troy with kings. So another big confrontation, most likely in the works here. A couple of hands that are most likely going to stick around. Troy with the kings, Danny Jack with the ace-9 off, F-Stick with the king-queen off, Jimmy with the 10-jack off. Flop's going to come 8-9-3. So Jimmy's going to flop open-ended. Danny's going to flop top pair, top kicker. F-Stick, 2 overs. So this is interesting here. So we have a lead out from Troy, who bets 125, and then immediately with top pair, top kicker is going to raise that action to 375. So very interesting to see what happens here. F-Stick, very difficult with his 1% equity. I mean, you just have to fold here. You're just gambling if you call. So he makes a good call and folds there. Now, Jimmy, this is going to be difficult for him. He's just going to probably have to shove it, which he does exactly that. Doesn't have enough chips to, call because there was a bet and a raise. So he's going to go ahead and stick it out there. And this is a spot where I think Troy just, if you think you're ahead, just go ahead and shove it. But it looks like he is going to do just that. Okay, so this is going to put Danny Jack in a spot now, and you have to know that your 9s are no good. You just have to know. I know it looks pretty. You got top pair, top kicker, but with the raise pre-flop, you're probably certain that your opponent has the overpair, has exactly what he has. And if he doesn't have that, he's probably got a set. But never mind, the opponent that originally opened raised pre-flop, that original raiser bet out, you raised, and then somebody behind went all in. So if you're in Danny Jack's spot here, okay, so there's a guy that's now all in that raised pre-flop. A guy that called is also all in. What do I do here? And a lot of the times you're just going to be up against pocket nines, pocket eights, pocket threes. And he's thinking about it and makes a great, great fold here. So we got a $3,000 pot here. We are going to see what happens. Heads up, open-ended, first overpair. Typical standard situation in Holdem. Let's see what happens here. And hits the queen on the river. So that's locked up half the pot for him. Same turn card. Same river 2 times in a row. 10 Jack is going to get extremely lucky, crack the kings of Troy, and he is going to win a monster pot. Now, of course, he's only entitled to a certain amount, so the pot's not as big as it was because he can only win what he has in his stack from the other opponents. But nevertheless, unbelievable hand there. He is ecstatic that it held up.
Everyone back 5 hours away. You see this.
Huge, huge hand. Awesome to see. Yeah, we have run into some serious action hands tonight. Seen aces versus kings multiple times. I've honestly seen aces and kings more times than I can remember. I mean, aces and kings has hit quite a few times so far. Led to some pretty big confrontations. So we never got to see the flop, but now we are seeing the flop here. And this is awesome. So we have 2 players with 9-4. Sean with the 6 deuce, who's flop bottom pair, probably won't be involved too long. But it looks like here we have a bet. We're kind of behind on the action a little bit. We're kind of all over the place here, but let's get this figured out here. It looks like Danny Jack's fired out 500. So the 4 is on the river? Is that accurate? I thought the 4 was on the flop. I think we have this backwards.
How do you have 4-9?
Yeah, so we had that backwards. The 3 was actually on the river. The 4 was on the flop. Looks like 4-4, and then the turn was a 10. The river was a 3. So we have those graphics mixed up just a little bit. But long story short, both players end up chopping. Danny Jack visibly frustrated that his opponent had the same hand. He thought for sure he was about to win a nice one there as he gets momentarily left hanging. But F-Stick doesn't want to leave him hanging too long. Finally bumps that fist. Again, if you're just now joining us, thanks so much for joining us here for our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em cash game stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're interested in coming out and playing, we do got a couple open seats. We got other cash games going as well. You can visit us at 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214 here in Louisville. As we go to this flop, looks like we have a gutter for Danny. We got middle pair with F-Stick, Mike with the 2 overs. Looks like we're just going to get a bet and a call. The river is going to come a 5. It's going to trip up F stick. He's probably going to bet out. Probably not going to get any kind of action from Danny. He missed his gutter, so he wanted to see the 4, not the 5. So F stick's going to go ahead and win that. But again, if you're interested in coming out and playing, all you got to do is be a member. We offer quite a few different membership plans to come out and sign up. If you have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, you can find us on any of our social media platforms. Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. You can find us on pokeratlas.com or the Poker Atlas app. And if you want to get signed up or have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, best way to visit us is probably on Facebook. Somebody's on that 24/7. If not, visit us on clubjackpoker.net. Here we got an ace high flop. F stick with the gutter. Danny with the backdoor, straight and flush draws. He's going to stick around, float one. Looks like everybody's going to stick around and see the diamond on the turn. So now F stick with a little bit of turned equity. It's going to have a little bit of a flush draw. He's not going to love it, but you know. And this is what's interesting. Troy here with the least amount of equity is going to go ahead and try to steal this pot, and it's going to generally be a good spot. But Danny Jack has come to play. Danny Jack with the 8-5 of clubs, I believe, just thinks that his opponent is weak and that he can take him off of his bet. Decides to bump that up to $4.25. It's going to be $5 more than a good time. But this is going to put Troy in a spot here. Obviously, he's going to have to fold, and it's just going to be a great bet by Danny Jack. He just read his opponent for weakness and fired at it.
Take my number 708 677 5221.
So we'll see 3 hearts on the flop, king high. Troy flops the flush. Jimmy's flop 2 pair. That's going to be about the only action he gets. But we could see Jimmy just become extremely protective of his 2 pair. Troy's going to slow play it. Wants to see anything but the heart. Safe turn card for him. So we'll see here. Jimmy wants to continue betting his 2 pair. And this is a spot where Troy just has to raise. You've given your chance a little bit of leeway. He's going to bump it up to, it looks to be about 140. Is that accurate? 145? So Jimmy can pretty much do nothing here but just call. Any kind of raise would signal a flopped flush, and Troy's going to have a hard time believing that because he has 2 hearts. 3 are on the board. There's only 13 total in the deck. Looks like Jimmy is contemplating a call here. Very difficult to do anything other than. You don't want to just start folding 2 pairs. So it looks like he's going to call, check dark. This is going to be a spot where Troy is probably going to bet small, knowing where his opponent's at. Yep, and Troy is going to take down that pot. Jimmy there saying that he wanted to lay it down. It's hard to lay down 2 pair, but food for thought. If we just fold the queen 7 there, don't get involved, it's going to be a lot easier to not be involved in that hand. That's the trouble with playing a lot of hands, is when you start flopping stuff, you got to realize that other people are flopping better than you most of the time.
Ship it. I mean, I'm glad I called the bet off. 31%, 71%.
That's bad. I should get gas.
Hey, wait a hand, do the straddle, so you can need to buy it, or you can wait a hand. Right. And I'll just tell you, your seat, we can wait a hand. I didn't even want to call in order to hit me after. I don't know if I have enough chips to make me fold.
If he wasn't behind me with 1,000, I was going to call him for 25.
Yes, sir, he's back.
I was like, you got over 500 here.
Got max value. Man knows what he's doing. Playing that I'm a tournament player bullshit. No, I know. Killer. You can't now. Right, there's a $200 tournament tomorrow. You gotta get the 1-bar support. You get some of that yet? The 1-bar support's nice.
So here it looks like we're going to go the flop 3 ways. Troy with the lovely 10-9 suited. We got F-stick with the 7s. Nate with ace-10. Going to be an action flop here as Nate flops top pair. F-stick flops middle set. F-stick immediately fires out 70, which I do like. Take the aggressive approach. It's hard to put you on a set when you bet out. Most people like to tend to slow play those situations. So we are going to see the absolute worst turn card here for Nate that he could have possibly ever seen. It's going to give him top 2 pair. F-Stick is going to continue his approach of firing big when he has it. Looks like he's going to bet out 250 here. And honestly, this is a spot that's going to be very, very difficult for Nate because I can see Nate raising here. Nate's only got about 2,000 in his stack, but he is just going to go with the call. Queen could save him on the river. Backdoor hearts got there. Backdoor straight, although highly unlikely. F6 going to fire out 500. He's going to get snap called, and he's going to take down that pot. Very difficult spot for Nate. I hear a lot of wound in the background.
Personal foul. Over celebrating by a dealer in a $100 tournament.
It wasn't even the guy that won the hand. It was a guy in the background celebrating in the nightly tournament.
Stretch, chip runner.
So I got a comment here from Felix. Some Mitch will wake up to a hand every once in a while. Yeah, that's the thing about poker is if you play long enough, even the bad players, not saying that he is one, but a player that you might perceive to not be very educated in the game will occasionally wake up with a hand. It's just part of the game. It's mathematics. You can't always not get dealt something. Do they ever offer limit games? Actually, Brad Wilson, thanks for commenting. They do offer a limit game. We have a mixed game Mondays, which just started last Monday, I believe. They offer, I believe it's currently 10-20 horse mix. Essentially, they'll have Holdem, Omaha, stud. It's actually more of a dealer's choice because it's, I think the way they're trying to work it out is every orbit, the player gets to choose which game it is from a plaque system. Like they'll have different plaques of games. So those are started on Monday. But they'll offer any kind of game that you want. So if you want to come up here and play 1-2 limit, 2-4 limit, 3-6 limit, as long as there is a list of players that are interested in playing, they will for sure get that set up for you. As we interrupt this real quick, we'll just see Danny check the nines on the river, hoping to just snap call the bet for Mike if he decides to fire out. But little does he know that Mike is not going to do that, and Danny is just going to go ahead and take down this pot with the nines. But yeah, Brad, they've basically said that as long as there's something interested to be played, people, excuse me, people have interest in playing the game. As long as there's a couple people that want to play, they'll open up anything that you want. I've jokingly asked them if they would offer a $1, $2 limit game. So, as you know, the buy-in would be like $20, but they did in fact say that they would offer that game. They're going to make their money regardless, just from the membership fees and the chair rental fees. They do not take any money out of the pots. So, as you know, they could care less what the game is because they're going to make the same money on it. Again, that's how they were able to legalize poker here in Kentucky. Looks like we're going to go this flop 5 ways. It's going to come out on Jack 10 with a tray. Got open-ended from Jimmy. Nate with the gutter. Danny Jack with the back door. And Jimmy's going to go ahead and turn the nuts here on the turn with straight. Nate with open-ended. Just going to go ahead and fire out. And I think this is a spot where it's probably best for Jimmy to go ahead and raise. You want to go ahead and protect against a lot of likely 2 pairs, gutters, flush draws. Go ahead and get some value while you can. The last thing you want to see is the queen of spades or king of spades or ace of spades hit the river. And you're still going to get hands that most likely call you. Nate's probably never going to go anywhere with open-ended. Gutter to the straight. And he hits it, and this is precisely why you want to go ahead and bet here, because what's going to happen is after Nate checks, Jimmy's going to fire out probably pretty big. Looks like about a little under 300. Or is it 325? 325. I couldn't see that here. And Nate is in a difficult spot here. He's going to have to call. You can't call the turn and then not call the river when you hit the straight. So he's going to get it all in and get called. That is a huge mistake. That's not a spot that you want to be doing that in. The bet is already so large, unless you're just dead set on knowing that your opponent, I just don't like the play there. So what's going to happen is Jimmy, who started off struggling, is going to end up winning a nice pot. And he is going to be up pretty good now at this point. So while we got a chance here, we'll take a look at our numbers here. So F-Stick now, after rebuying, has taken the chip lead from Mike, sitting at 32.25. Looks like Nate there at the bottom, 185. Take a look at our voluntarily put in pot, our V-Pip as you will. F-Stick, of course, always going to be at the very top, sitting at a solid 70%. Troy, also sitting pretty high. Alex, just got in the game at the bottom. Jimmy, 28%. Take a look at our wins now. Jimmy up top, 1645. Big winner, F-Stick, 1200. Mike only up 500. See here, Brad Wilson. Thanks. I'm definitely going to go sometime. Well, Brad, we'd love to have you. Again, we're here at 161 Outer Loop. It's 40214 in Louisville, Kentucky. We do charge a month membership. I'll go ahead and give you some of that information. Charge a $10 daily membership. If you'd like to play per day, it's $10. However, I wouldn't recommend doing that. I'd recommend at least going up to the next level of the $30 monthly. So if you want to check it out a couple times, if you're only going to come once, $10 is not bad, but $10 a day compared to the $30 a month, you're just saving a fortune. And then, of course, we offer the $240 a year, which I believe was somewhere around the 60-cent range per day. So they give you a discount the more and more that more membership, the larger membership that you get. But we'd love to have you up here. Again, I'm a member myself. I absolutely love the place. It is precisely what the state needed. And this is, again, the beginning evolutions of a new era here in the state of Kentucky as far as poker is concerned. We are just a little bit behind on the times as far as figuring out ways to create revenue for the state of Kentucky. And places like this, you can definitely see something opening up more official, I see with the opening of the Derby cities, at one time we weren't allowed to have anything like that. Now we have Derby cities. We're never allowed to have poker. Now we have this. Never had sports betting. Now we have sports betting. I just see the the state finally turning over and becoming actually enjoyable. So that miracle ace on the river there, even though he didn't need it, it's going to win Sean the pot.
Time I want.
So again, if you're just joining us here at Club JAQK, this is our 5-5 no limit Holdem cash game stream. We're here at 161 Outer Loop. It's Louisville, Kentucky, 40214. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We are live on multiple platforms. If you have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, want to know more about the club, have some questions, want to talk to us, get a hold of somebody, be sure to visit us on Facebook. It's going to be the best way to get a hold of us. You can visit us on clubjackpoker.net. Also, we are on Twitch, Instagram, YouTube. You can also find us on pokeratlas.com or on the Poker Atlas app. We offer Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night streams, although Sunday does start at 3 p.m. Friday and Saturdays start at 6 p.m. Friday and Saturday, they're going to offer the 5-5 no limit Holdems. Sunday, they are going to offer, I believe, 5-5 PLO. So we mix it up a little bit. If you're ever interested in joining our stream, please feel free just to shoot us a message. The best way is to get a hold of us on Facebook. Somebody's always on Facebook, so just sign up and we'll get you on the game. If you're curious to what's going on right now, we're doing our bomb pot. It's where they just put in a set amount of money pre-flop and then play it out. They do this once every 30 minutes. Looks like we have 3 flush draws here currently on this board. Action's still going, but I have a set of 3s. I've got a wrap, 3 flush draws, nut flush draw, second nut flush draw. I've got open-ended. This is about as spicy as a hand as you can get, and I can honestly see a monster pot here depending on what the action is. The deuce of hearts on the turn is going to make some incredible action here. So Sean with the nuts, a7 of hearts. He's going to go ahead and fire out. Mike, with also a flush, 4-5, should know that he's basically drawn thin because he's going to find himself in a spot here with the flush that he has a lot of opponents behind him. He makes an excellent, excellent fold. F-Stick here should know that his wrap is never going to be good. Alex, with basically bottom set, looks like he's going to be getting all in here, trying to hit a miracle card on the river. Danny Jack with the second nut flush draw. Hard to do anything but call. Wants to see what happens, make sure the board doesn't pair on the river. Wants to see his opponent action. And all Sean wants to see currently is nothing hit the river. He just wants to see a 4 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 6 of spades. Doesn't matter. And here we go. Huge river card. Looks like the 10 of hearts, so the only thing that's really beating anybody is a straight flush. It's not going to deter him from making a huge bet. It's kind of hard to follow this action here. I see 2 something there in front of Danny. Is it just a bet and a call? Are we trying to figure things out? I'm not sure. But unfortunately, Danny Jackson get the bad news that his flush is no good. He's going to be sad about that. Sean, extremely pleased that the board did not pair on the river to give Alex the lead. Alex, pretty sad even though he's got a fresh hat. Really love that hat. Not sure what kind of hat that is. Almost like a Mexican national hat because I do see the flag of Mexico there. Could be a country hat, but definitely fresh nonetheless. Let's take a look at some of our chat here. Got Shelby in the chat here to watch Mike McCauley. Yeah, Mike's a beast. It's definitely fun to watch Mike play. Anthony, damn stick winning. Got to get up there. Yes, he has been on a run. He started off a little cold. He had to rebuy at one point, but he has since run it back up. Lots of action here tonight. Lots of good action. And thanks again so much for everybody joining us. I see here we're now up to 51 streamers. I believe that's the high of the night. So it looks like here almost everybody's in the hand. We got 7 players. Yeah, we have 7 players at the table. So this is a family pot. Might be our first one. Looks like here we got the nut flush draw for F-stick. Mike's got top pair. Alex has top pair. Both Troy and Jimmy, Queen Jacks, probably not too invested in this. Sean with the Jack 9, also probably not very invested. So it looks like we've got the action complete. We're going to have a side pot here. Alex hates seeing that 4 of spades. F6 going to go ahead and turn the nut flush. Let's see what happens here. And did we play that very coyly? Looks like we played it coy. Looks like he's going to go ahead and try to slow play, try to build that pot up, try to get other people to bet at it, but little does he know, nobody really has anything. The only action he's most likely going to get is from a bluff, which is precisely what happens. Looks like he bluffed, immediately got raised, gets his money back. F-stick wins a huge hand. All right, so we got coming here. Let's see. Show the winnings again. All right. So let's take a look at these winnings here, Jake. Looks like currently we got Jimmy up top with about 1,600 in the black. Sean right behind him, right at about 13.5. F-stick up 1,000 after rebuying. Definitely made a nice little comeback. Mike started off on fire. Hasn't really seen many hands. Kind of run in some difficult spots, but he's still up 270. Nice win. Let me get that popped up back there for a second here. 1 second. Troy up 95. Danny Jack down 305. So Looks like most of our players are winners, certainly, tonight. Take a quick look at our stacks here. We'll play the hand first, then we'll take a look at the stacks. So here, Danny Jack going to try to make some of his money back that he's lost tonight with the flush draw. Little does he know, all he needs to do is just play aggressively and he can win this pot without hitting the flush. Which is what he does. And is Troy going to make a hero call? Very difficult to make this call. Usually Danny Jack's going to just bet this and take it down. It looks like it's possibly a straight or a bluff. Would be an excellent, excellent call, but as everybody's aware that's ever played poker, calling with ace high on the river on a non-paired board is extremely difficult. Sometimes on a paired board, it's going to be a little bit easier. It takes away a lot of hands, a lot of combos, excuse me, that your opponent would have. Here, he's thinking that it's possible that he could make this call, but thinks better of it. Unfortunately, he's going to go back on this stream and realize that he was thinking correctly when he was thinking that it was very possible he had the best hand, and in fact he did. All right, so I'm due to take another break here in a few moments, so I'm going to go ahead and run down some information for all of our viewers before I do. Again, thanks so much for joining us tonight on our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em cash game stream here at Club JAQK. We are at 161 Outer Loop, that's 40214, Louisville, Kentucky. As we see Mike here on the button with Ace Jack, raise it up. We got a couple of announcements to make as far as our upcoming schedule here at Club JAQK. We have a mini tournament series, a poker league, and a poker tour coming to town. I'll mention those here in a moment. Let's play this hand out. We got a call. Looks like with the Queen 8 suited here, Mike's going to go ahead and flop that top pair. It's going to be very difficult for him to get action unless his opponent tries to steal. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and take that down. So first up is going to be our Club JAQK mini series. That's going to run in about a week from now. That's going to be November 17th through the 19th. We're going to open that up with a $300 ladies event. That's Friday, November 17th at 11 a.m. Now, because we do not discriminate, men are allowed to play in the $300 ladies event. However, it is officially required that you have to pay a 5x buy-in. So women will be able to enter the tournament for $300. Men are, if you want to play, you would have to pay $1,500 to enter that tournament. And in order to protect the ladies, one thing that we're going to do is if you are a man and you do want to go ahead and pay that $1,500 to get in the tournament and you want to be that guy, we just require that you dress like the douchebag that you are. We are requiring that any man that enters that tournament does in fact wear a dress. No news on whether a weave or a wig has to be worn with the dress, but if you do want to play with the ladies, you are required to have to look like one. So we're going to follow that on Saturday. That's going to be the 18th at 2 p.m. by a $200 tag team event. You and a buddy or you and a loved one can play together. And also that night, the 18th at 7 p.m., they're going to offer a $200 black chip bounty with on the following Sunday, the 19th, the day after, at 12 p.m., a $400 deep stack tournament. After that, beginning January 8th, we are going to offer the Club JAQK Poker League. That's going to be a $160 per week tournament series. So essentially, just to kind of give you the quick notes of that, it's going to be capped at 36 entries. So for 10 consecutive weeks on Mondays, beginning January 8th at 7 p.m., 10 consecutive Mondays, we're offering a freeze-out $160 poker tournament. So at the end of 10 weeks, there is going to be 2 Grand Prize packages. They are going to offer 2 12K WSOP packages. That's good enough for you to play in the main event and also to have $2,000 worth of travel expenses. They're going to be giving away seats to the circuit when the WSOP circuit returns to the casino here locally at Caesar Southern Indiana. And they're also going to be offering seats to our 200K tournament, which I'll mention here in a moment. Again, that's going to be 10 consecutive Mondays. If you do wish to play, you don't have to be here every week. You could have a sub. They do have an alternate policy. So if you aren't able to make it one week, you can have a buddy play for you. And finally, we're going to be offering on February 16th through the 25th a $600 Card Player Poker Tour Tournament Series. This is going to be a $200,000 guarantee. It's going to have 6 starting flights. The first one being February 16th at 4 p.m., followed by the 6th and final flight, which is going to be February 24th at 2 p.m. And then all those fields will combine after they play down to whatever the total may be on day 2, which is going to be Sunday, February 25th at 11 a.m. Again, any kind of questions, comments, concerns, you can reach us on clubjackpoker.net or any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. You can also find us on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app. Let's take a couple of questions here before I go on my second break. Looks like Tyler here. What's the buy-in on the cash games? So for the 1-2 no limit hold'em, I believe it's only $100. Generally, you only need 50 big blinds to enter the cash games. The 5-5 no limit hold'em here, I believe, is 500. I think it's a little bit different for the live stream. I think the 5-5 no limit hold'em is actually a $500 bin buy-in, but it might actually be $1,000. Don't quote me on that, Tyler. Most of our games are going to be 1-2 offered here. Generally speaking, the buy-ins are going to be pretty standard to what casinos offer. So probably roughly about $100 minimum. But they do have more information about that, Tyler. If you wish to seek it out, you can visit us on clubjackpoker.net. They have a lot of information on there, also on our Facebook pages. Don't kill the messenger. I'm just a guy that sits in the back room commentating on poker. I'm not one of the head honchos here. I've actually only played the cash game twice. I played it once for 5 minutes, got stung, and I played the very first opening live game stream as well. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, want to find out any kind of more information, be sure to visit on one of our social media platforms or on clubjackpoker.net. And if you're interested in playing in one of our live stream games, you're more than welcome to. There's no requirements to play in it other than just bringing some heart and some A game. As we take a look at the action here, both players have flush draws. Danny in the lead with the 10. Looks like we got a raise to 250. F-Stick's never going to fold his flush draw. He's going to brick out on the river and finish with 8 high. So he's going to have extremely have a lot of heart to get through something here because Danny Jack hit the runner flush. So unfortunately, I think what we're going to see here is, unless he decides to get crazy, Danny Jack's just going to bet and he's going to take it down. Make a note here that the way he was holding his chips there almost was like he was wanting to show aggression, but generally speaking, when you start to bluff like that, you're over there fingering your chips, especially the high denominations, like you're going to bet and then you just check. That's generally, you're just going to be scared. So it looks like we lost the player. Gonna have an open seat. We're down to 6-handed now.
Anybody else like to add on before we start the tournament?
Danny Jack has moved from the 5 over to the 1. Looks like our 1 seat went bust. Never chose to buy back in. Still loved his hat. See here, Tyler, definitely coming up. Definitely do, Tyler. Again, this is the only option for poker here in the Louisville, Kentucky area outside of going across state lines or playing in a home game. The great news about, or the great thing rather, about Club JAQK is that they have armed security guards on site as long as there's games being played. They take safety as a huge thing here. They want to make sure that the players are safe and that we have a superior poker option available to all of our guests. Let's see here, we got a couple of comments from John and Jalen. John says, saw this place on Matt K's Twitter not long ago, thinking about driving down sometime. Jalen says, super fun atmosphere. Recommend anyone in the area to try it out and play. Thanks so much for your endorsement, Jalen. Do appreciate that. John, absolutely. Definitely come down. Again, just kind of give you a quick rundown of our memberships. We do charge a membership here. They do not take money out of the pots. That is illegal in the state of Kentucky, so they've figured out other ways to generate revenue. We offer a $10 daily fee, so if you're from out of town and you're only coming down once, I'd probably recommend just paying $10. But if you're going to come down a couple of times, I'd recommend bumping that up to the $30 monthly. So yeah, it's $20 more, but you got to think about it mathematically. Instead of paying $10 per day, if you do the monthly fee, now you're only paying $1 per day. And if you plan on coming down several times a year, at that point I'd go ahead and invest in the $240 yearly membership. I know it sounds like a lot up front. It sounds pretty expensive. But if you think about it mathematically, it's going to end up being about like 60 cents per day that you play. As we see a new player join us, looks like Texas. Not familiar with Texas, but let's see what he's all about. Immediately coming in and getting some action. Yeah, if you ever want to come down, we're always open as long as there's a game willing to be played. You can find out some information on Poker Atlas. It'll list all of our open games, and you can go ahead and sign up on there. As we see the 6-high board, F-stick flopping the essential nuts here. Troy, it's got the 2 overs with the gutter. Can't feel too comfortable with that. But if he hits the off 7, he is going to get in some serious trouble here. So F-stick is going to be aggressive. He's going to take his approach outside of the straight flush. He does have the nut flush. Texas, he's got the 2 overs. He's got the jack of clubs. But this is a spot that you just got to realize that your jack of clubs is probably never going to be good. But it looks like here maybe he wants to make a play. So let's take a look. That's going to be a splash call. And then Troy, it's very difficult to fold 8s here. You have to be putting your opponent on a flush because you have the 2 blockers for the straight, so you know your straight's going to be good most of the time. F-stick, being the aggressive player that he is going to come out and fire. And this could be a difficult spot here because what I can see is Texas needs to go ahead and fold. And it looks like here that Troy's not even going to think about it. See, I thought that Troy could possibly raise in this spot. But he's going to take the conservative route and just call and get the bad news that F-stick flopped the nuts. Okay, I see a couple more messages here from John. Will security escort you to your car if you have a big W? And I live 2 hours away. I'd probably do a couple of $10 daily ones. But if it seemed like a good place, I'd buy the yearly. It's less than one buy-in at 1.3. Yes, so if you have a big win or if you just want to act like a baller, like if you want to act like you won even though you just lost all your money, they'll still walk you out to your car. It's not required that you win any kind of certain amount of money for them to walk you out. If you want to just make sure that somebody's there to watch over you and protect you, they will do that for you. It doesn't cost you anything to do that, but sometimes maybe throw them a 5-piece, throw them like a $5 bill. Might make them feel better. Not required though. Just if somebody's guarding my life and my money, I'll probably tip them a little something. And if you live 2 hours away, that's kind of similar to where we're at from Cincinnati. Basically, we're about 2 hours away from Cincinnati. So I would recommend probably going ahead, and if you are planning on visiting a couple of times, just to pay that extra up front, because again, it's going to save you in the long run. And even if you only planned on coming down 3 times, 3 times a month, you're better off buying that monthly deal because you'll be saving money. Let's take a look at this flop real quick before I get too far off the handle. Texas flopped top pair with the 9 kicker. Danny Jack with the irresistible gut shot flush draw, teaching his opponent how to properly have his cards read. And then F-stick with the open-ended. This is going to be interesting to see this turn card. Would love to see the 9. Texas has one, so there's only 3 9s that we could potentially hit, but a 9 would be amazing. Danny Jack's let out for 160 here. Texas is trying to figure out if his ace is any good. Little does he know that it actually is. But still incredibly difficult to call this, knowing you have no equity outside of your ace or your 9. And it looks like he wants to go ahead and get rid of that. F-stick, of course, we know is not going to go anywhere with his open-ended. So, looks like we're just going to see a call, and we're going to go heads up to this river, which brings out the jack. So, both players still trying to hit their straight draws. We're going to go to the river. The 5 hits. So F-stick's going to take the lead with his little baby 5, and Danny Jack is going to be quite upset that his 10 high is no good. You can see it in his face. Yeah, and you can hear Texas now upset that he folded the ace, and nothing against him. It's a pretty tough spot when you have to call such a big bet there. But sometimes you just gotta stick your money in there and keep your fingers crossed. But he's new to the game. Don't blame him. Doesn't have too many chips. Sometimes you just fold. Well, I was wanting to take a break, but I keep seeing all these action hands, so I'll hang out with you guys for a few more minutes, see if we can see some action. See Sean here opening up, ace-king offsuit. Danny Jack, going to go ahead and take that position. Jimmy with the ace-9, see what he does. So it looks like we're going to go this flop 4 ways. Sean in the lead with the ace-king. Flop comes ace-high, so we got a couple of aces out here. We got Danny Jack with the gutter. If he's going to call it the 4-5 pre-flop, he's going to have to call the flop to try to hit that gutter. So looks like we're going to get the 3 players in, both aces and the gutter. Jimmy needs a 9. Danny needs a 3. Sean wants to see the board pair twice. So we're going 3 ways. See the ace. So this is extremely interesting here. So we have 2 players with the ace. Jimmy is going to slow play. Sean, I feel like probably should go ahead and continue here. He's got to know his opponents are most likely on some draws. There's a lot of straight draws, a lot of flush draws out here. So he's going to protect his equity. Danny, I think, is just going to realize he needs to fold. Needs a miracle. And now, with Jimmy calling here out of position as the diamond hits the board, might slow down action. I believe it's very possible here that Sean should know that his opponent either has an ace or has diamonds. And if he has diamonds, it's most likely a high combo of diamonds. So something like King Jack of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds. But this is going to be incredibly difficult for Jimmy to fold. And he does not. He's going to call and get the bad news that unfortunately Sean just have him out-pipped by a few cards. And he's going to win down a significant pot. Glad I didn't walk out on my break on that one, because that was definitely interesting. see here where they're now officially up to 57 viewers. Thanks again so much for joining us here on a Friday night. I know most of you could be busy out clubbing on this lovely Friday night. The weather was quite lovely today. So thanks so much for joining us for our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em cash game stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you'd like to help us out and build our brand, please like, share, and follow. We'll be here every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, providing you with a live stream. Louisville's premier poker action. I'm gonna go one more hand and then I'm gonna take my break. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Y'all are gonna have to sit here and fend for yourselves for a moment. We'll see this hand. Looks like Jimmy in the lead with pocket fives, going against all the overs in the world. Flops 2 8s with the king. So Danny Jack's gonna go ahead and flop trips. Jimmy's not gonna like that though, because he's most of the time just gonna put his opponents on a king. Danny Jack, somewhat aggressive with his approach to his 8s. He's going to go ahead and bet, get everybody to fold. So he'll take that down. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Hopefully y'all can survive without me for a minute. If you have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, just leave them in the chat, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Let's take a look at these numbers real quick before I go. Looks like F-Stick is getting out of here also, so quite a few open seats now. Down to 6-handed. See if I can pull this up real quick. Sean in the lead, 4,700. Texas, who just sat down, 345. Oh no. Might have accidentally screwed up the screen. My bad if I did that. There we go. So that's our chip stacks as of currently. I'll be back with you guys in a moment.
How many players you got waiting for a game, Rob? I just want to know who stole my straddle. And he's gone on the race.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that little hiatus of mine. I gotta get some kind of break here from time to time, so thanks for bearing with me. Let's take a look at this action here. Would I miss anything? No, doesn't look like anything exciting. Let's take a look at our chat, see what I missed. Aaron, can you show win-loss screen? Sure can, Aaron. Let me pop that up for you. Did have a couple players lose or leave, so we'll see where we're at. Cumulative winnings. Oh, let's get that to pop back up here. So Sean up 2,400, Jimmy up 730, Mike up 175. Been on a bit of a downswing the past hour and a half or so, just hasn't seen anything. And then we got Danny, Jack, Texas, and Troy in the red. So a couple winners, a couple losers, nothing massive. It seems like most of our big action came at the very beginning of the night. It's kind of slowed down since, but still good action.
Trying to be friendly over here, man.
Rock, could you swipe Carl back in? Swipe Carl back in over here.
You keep the live streams up constantly, like you watch them later. Well, I didn't know if you're just playing them or not. They're on the website or on the Facebook page or something.
They're not really on the Facebook page, they're on YouTube. When you stream on Facebook, it doesn't save, but it's all on YouTube.
I tried to go back and look at a couple of guys.
You gotta go to YouTube. Club JAQK, and all of it. Thanks, Carson. Take this girl on the website. Thank you. Good, thank you.
So here it looks like we're going to have a bump up with Ace King offsuit. It's going to go against pocket jacks. And here we're going to have a standard confrontation. We got Danny Jack with the gutter, Texas with the 2 overs, Jimmy with the over pair, and we see the 2-chip count out. And now we're going to bust that up. And I'm not sure what kind of chip stacking that is, but a little awkward. We're going to get a raise with jacks. And now we're going to see what happens here with the Ace King offsuit. Backdoor nut flush draw. Looks like Texas is going to get a little sticky here. So Jimmy has raised it up to $165. Texas is going to put in the extra 100 to call and hits the king right away. It's going to be difficult here because what's most likely going to happen is he's just going to ship it, and Jimmy, not knowing that he has the king, is probably praying that he has something like Ace-7 of clubs, Ace-8 of clubs, you know, Ace-8 something. Yeah, so he's going to be in a situation here where he's just upset because he's going to have to call. He's going to get the bad news that he's going to be a 20-1 dog. He's going to need to hit one of the remaining 2 jacks to win this hand. And he had 2 overs to hit to beat the jacks. He hits both of them. So Justin Mahoney here. J Money, solid player, winner of a bad beat hand last week. One of the most exciting hands that we've seen here at Club JAQK. Comments. This guy is really on the live stream. Who are we talking about, Justin? I don't know what guy you're talking about. So here we're having a dispute about the last hand. Why did you call me? Why did you not call me? Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, Danny Jack's stuck having to put his cards on the scanner and to stack his chips for him.
I live in Texas. What do you want, 165? I paid the money. I got $5,000 in my pocket. I got 100,000 in my pocket. No, you don't. Yes, I do. You got 100,000 cash in your pocket. Yeah, right. No, you don't. You just said you want to use American Express. I got cards too. That means nothing.
So now,
My thing's bigger than both of yours.
here we go. This has finally got interesting here. Players are pulling out wallets, showing money. He said he had $100,000, but doesn't actually pull it out, just pulls a credit card. You'll see this a lot. Guys just get frustrated, losing hands.
When you're sober, and I got you. What's he got to do sober? Let's see if you play his hand. Irritate me. Pinch right over that. You know, my sister asked me that. Where you going to piss me off?
Come on, Carl.
Dude, wrap me up. No, bullshit. Watch this. There was 2 black chips in there. No? All right, wrap me up.
See here, Justin in Texas in the 2 seat. I've played him a couple times this week. He's so controversial and has the worst etiquette I've ever seen in my life. He's such a eggplant emoji. Yeah, as you can tell, he just immediately got into it with the guy. He kind of took offense to a standard comment, more of just like, "Oh, I can't believe you called me, but nice hand." And then he kind of took offense to that and said, "Well, why wouldn't I call? I had ace king." And then dude basically just kind of told him what it was. He was like, "Dude, you had 2 overs. You had nothing." So, a couple of salty players, salty for no reason. It looks like now that we have lost those 2 players, I guess they decided to take it out to the parking lot. That's all I can think about. Otherwise, I don't know why they would have left such a juicy game. But, you know, we've seen F-Stick get out of the game. That's a huge action point. Texas plays 3 hands, and I guess for a guy with $100,000, he just wanted to win 1 hand and then leave. Looks like we have Brittany, another local player, joining the game now. Looks like she's buying in for 500. One thing you want to learn to do when you're at the poker table is control your emotions. Obviously, sometimes, you know, we're playing for big money, but if you let your emotions get the best of you, just speaking from experience, it can really bite you in the behind. You tilt yourself into believing certain things, doing certain things that you wouldn't normally do just to do them. Looks like we're only down to 5-handed, so I'm not sure how much longer this game is going to run. Looks like the tensions are running a little high, a little too high for our liking. Again, you know, we're not here to instigate battles between players. We're here just to provide a solid poker experience. Sometimes they just let the emotions get the better of them. That's what we just saw. But again, for Texas, I don't know the man personally. We have somebody here in the chat saying he's very controversial, has one of the worst etiquettes possible. It's never a good sign when you come in bragging about having $100,000 in your pocket and then you're unable to pull out that $100,000 to verify it. And then when you win a hand and double up, you leave. Generally, somebody that doubles up and leaves, to me, is indicative of somebody that just needed the money. So definitely don't brag about $100,000 in your pocket if you don't have it. Let's just play poker, move on, keep it civil. We're all here to have a good time and make money. But it is crazy how both players got into it and are no longer in the game. I'm assuming they're out in the parking lot fighting, so I might have to take a second break to go out there and check it out just to see what's going on. Jake says, dude sounds like a wiener. I don't know. I'm not familiar with how wieners sound. I don't know if we're talking about ballpark wieners, little wiener dogs, phallic wieners. So Texas is now back in the game, and there's no way he's doing this. So you need to buy in. If you're in a cash game and you cash out, it's severely bad etiquette to, and most of the time not even allowed, to cash out your winnings and then buy in for a smaller amount. Well, flaccid Jake would be, not to be off-putting, but flaccid would be a soft version. Phallic would just be the more general shape. And it does in fact look like Texas has won a massive pot. That last pot was pretty decently sized. And it looks like he has took his winnings off the table and then bought in for a smaller amount. That's extremely poor etiquette. Generally speaking, when you're at a table, you don't just constantly cash out your winnings. You keep what's on the table. So not a fan of that. Not sure why that's being allowed. And he's also asking to be put on the 1-2 table as well. So 100% John Robertson. John Robertson in the chat says bad etiquette, question mark. It's downright angling and shouldn't be allowed. I 100% agree with that. I am not sure exactly what has happened. I'm in a back room. I'm just kind of watching the live stream literally as you all are. We're on a 15-minute delay. So I'm actually watching it exactly when you all are watching it as well. Yes, Jake, you can go into a little bit more detail than I can. I'll just let you narrate that. But here we have, let's pick up the action. We got Mike with the open-ended, Brittany with the fours. Looks like Mike. Just going to take that down with no troubles. But yes, I'm not a fan of that. That is totally illegal to do. Again, super bad etiquette. I'm not sure if what exactly happened or why that was allowed. I'll have to find out exactly why that was allowed because I'm not a fan of seeing that. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick little break. Bear with me for a moment here. I've got to pass along some information, so bear with me for a moment. I'll be right back with you guys.
Well, I know that. Oh, okay. I don't understand how you cash out the company. Yeah, that's probably why they took them off.
Okay, that's
probably had Holdem to add chips.
LZ just sent me a message and asking about it.
And so what happened was tell them that obviously they saw the fight.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
But tried to set down 500 and probably told him that yes, put the 1200 on the table.
Declined it.
Declined
Gotcha.
it and went to a
Okay.
different.
I just want to get because LZ sent me a message and I just want to make sure that
Yeah,
was
all right. Yeah, make sure they know that.
I will,
We
yeah.
don't owe it. It's
No,
a
no, no.
2-hour break if you get up off a table. If you don't take 2 hours, you have to bring the full stack.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I thought there was something wrong with it, but I see he's gone, so they probably told him.
All right, cool.
Thanks, man. All right, sorry about that, everybody. So I've got some information there on what just took place with Texas getting back into the game. And it looks like, from my knowledge, what I was told was that with his argument that he got into with the player next to him, he cashed out and then tried to come back into the game. Obviously, we still see him here now, but they're eventually going to have him leave the game because you are, in fact, supposed to come back with the chip stack that you originally had. Again, that would be angling if he didn't do that. So I think what happens here is, again, let's just make sure that this happens here because I just walked outside and he is no longer on the live stream game. He's playing a 1-2 game, which is pretty low stakes for somebody that has 100,000 on him. But I think what's going to happen here is, which is, again, I see here that he has the flush. Pretty extremely shady situation where he comes in for less than what he had, does get Mike to fold. But they should be telling him immediately, like, hey, dude, you had this X amount of dollars in front of you. You've now come down with less than. It's hard for me to hear the actual conversation, but from what I just heard from one of the supervisors, again, even though he's still in the game, was that because of the fight, he got off the table originally, and he eventually came back and sat down for 500. I guess he doesn't know the rules. Maybe nobody's really made a mention of it to him just yet, but
They let them know that the only reason we let him buy that game is because he's waiting for the other game, and he's kind of a high roller.
So yeah, I just was made aware that the only reason that they did in fact allow this was that he was told that a seat was available for him. So he was actually going to leave. He was actually going to leave the game to play the 1-2 game, and then the seat was not actually available. So he sat back down with the incorrect amount, and they just said, "Look, you can play now, but once that seat's available, you have to leave this game. You have to go play that." So he's actually probably only going to be in this game for about another minute or two. As we pick up the action here, we do see Texas here with the nut flush draw and kings against Brittany's set of sixes, which does not improve. So Brittany's still going to be in the lead here. Most likely we're going to have a check and a massive bet. Brittany does need to go ahead and fire out. Knowing Brittany for many, many years, dealing to her here locally, she is very aggressive, doesn't care, wants that smoke. And what we're going to see here is a difficult spot for Texas. He's essentially going to be gambling here. See Aaron Cole, Geltmaker says, typically you have to be away from the table for an hour before you can choose to buy in for less. That is 100% correct, Aaron. Sometimes it's 2 hours here. Their official ruling is actually 2 hours, but it looks like there was some confusion with him moving seats, and then he bought in for a certain amount, played a hand, and instead of adding it on, I believe what's going to happen here is he's just going to leave this game in the next hand or two. Jake Bishop, a person with 100K folding the nut draw there. That is 100% correct. I believe he kind of reneged on his statement a little bit. He said he had $100,000 on him, but it was actually a credit card, probably a black member card, $100,000 limit. That's not the same thing as having $100,000 in cash, though, but it's kind of hard to say that if you have 100K that you're going to downgrade from the 5-5 game down to the 1-2 with all the money on the table, but we're not here to insult anybody. I'm just here to call it as I see it. This should have been nipped in the bud as soon as it happened. From my experience, again, for those who don't know me, my name's Tom. Been a local dealer here for many, many years. I've been in the poker scene for over 2 decades. I do know most of these players, know most of the rules of the game. That is always frowned upon. But again, we are not an official casino here, and I think that they were just trying to accommodate a player that was told that they had a seat available, and unfortunately it wasn't, and then they just had to mix up with the buy-in. But either way, he'll only be here a few more hands, it looks like. But again, if you're just now joining us, thanks so much for being here with us on our 5-5 No Limit Hold'em Cash Game live stream here at Club JAQK Poker. If you're interested in coming out and playing anytime or want to get on the live stream or just maybe play one of the behind-the-scene 1-2 games, you can sign up on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, you can find us at clubjackpoker.net. Also on any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram.
He's always going to say, don't pay me, don't pay me.
15 minutes left of the PLO bomb pod.
So here we have Texas with the King Jack offsuit, really contemplating hard over what he should do. And he decides to just call in position with the King Jack offsuit. That's a spot you're normally going to want to raise. You're going to want to get these little hands out of there, because otherwise the flop's going to come 9 high and you're not going to like it at all. And people have flopped gutters, people have flopped pairs. Here we see Sean in the lead with a pair of 5s. He's not going to love it, but he's not going to hate it either. And that little bet's just going to take down that pot. So again, with the King Jack there, that's why I think I'd like to see a raise. Because generally when you raise there, you're not going to get those hands to call you. But if you do get called, you're still going to have the betting lead. People are going to have to get aggressive. Let's see, we got a comment from John. Respect to the announcer, he's been put in a pretty awkward spot here, has to call out something is wrong, being done by people who pay him, not an easy situation. I assume they pay you at least. I do get paid, I do. And I've told them up front that if I see something, again, you know, I've been a dealer for many, many years. I was a pit boss, you know, a poker room supervisor for many, many years. I've worked at the World Series of Poker. I have traveled to many of the hot spots for poker, so I'm quite familiar with the game. And I told them up front that, look, if I see something that's not right, I'm going to call it out. I'm going to try to maintain as much respect as I can, but, you know, I'm not here to BS. I'm here to just call it as I see it. So if I see something that's a little bit shady, it's going to be called out, and we'll just have a private conversation later on about it. Again, we're not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. You know, sometimes things get missed. As a dealer, I can say that sometimes you just miss things. That's not making excuses for anybody. Don't want to act like I'm doing that, but sometimes it is hard to see everything. But as a neutral party, I'm just in the back room watching the video, so I can just see as everything happens as is. Jordan, the dealer, fantastic dealer, but sometimes he's extremely busy. He's constantly talking on the microphone. Getting things going. He has to narrate all the action. That's how we operate here. Once we take a quick pause, we'll see that they have the top pair, top kicker against what at the time was second pair. Danny Jack's going to go ahead and continue out. It's going to be difficult for Troy to continue, so he does fold. Danny Jack's going to take down a small pot. But yes, that's an extremely awkward spot when you see something like that happen. Now, again, it's a little bit difficult for me to hear all the action that's going on exactly, but from what I could tell, it did look like there was a little bit of a heated argument that was taking place between the two hands, the jacks and the ace-king, I believe it was. And the guy was upset that, I wouldn't even say he was upset, he just said, you know, he got called all in with ace-high essentially, and he just said, I can't believe you call. And then the guy with ace-king that had called him kind of flipped out on him and was like, well, you know, I can do whatever I want, yada, yada, yada. It seemed like it was kind of blown out of proportion, a little too much. And things got a little heated, so they both left the table. Dude tries to come back in and buy for 500, which of course is not allowed. Generally, you do have to wait that 1 hour to 2 hour period. And I think it just may have been missed. I'm not sure. Can't speak for anybody else, but I know what I saw. But nevertheless, it's, you know, nobody's day is ruined over it, so we'll just move on. As we see here, Brittany with the top pair. We got Danny Jack with the gutter. Troy with nothing. Mike with the gutter. And it looks like here Brittany's went ahead and took the aggressive approach and went all in. And she's going to go ahead and take down that little pot. Looks like somebody's passing out sandwiches. I think they forgot about me in the back room. They have provided me with a couple of sodas. I have had 2 Coca-Colas tonight. Haven't eaten since I had Culver's earlier before I got here. Had the Culver's Double Deluxe with cheese, no onions, with a Coke. I got it medium, though. I wasn't very hungry, so I didn't go large. Got a medium. Sat and ate in the parking lot. I didn't finish it, which I'm upset about now because I'm kind of hungry. Here we have Rags making an appearance, probably trying to sell a watch. Yep, that's what he's doing. He's trying to sell watches now. Interrupting our poker action where Danny Jacks flopped top and bottom. Sean's flopped absolutely nothing. So Danny Jacks going to take down an easy hand. Rags is going to highlight the product that he's trying to sell. Looks like a yellow box with a watch in it. Danny Jack immediately shuts down Rags' offer for the watch. For those who aren't familiar with Rags, he's a local legend here. Not for poker, other reasons. But if he's more than willing to offer to sell you something if you run into him. So if you're ever in need of something that you don't need or don't want, talk to Rags. He'll get it for you. So here we see the Jack High board. Sean still in the lead with the 10s. Danny Jack, he's got the 5s, turns the gutter, and hits it on the river. So the little 4 ball's going to get it. Sean is going to look like take a stab at it. Get raised by Danny Jack. And unfortunately, you just have to fold the 10s here. Backdoor flush got there. There's a 4 ball to the straight. You're still losing to a jack. Got a comment here from Cody. Let me know when you need a break, Tom. I'll be on the way. Thanks, Cody. Do appreciate that. However, I don't actually believe the live stream is going to go very long tonight. I do think they actually are going to end it somewhat soon. Don't quote me on that, but I think that what may be happening. John Robertson, doesn't the guy know everyone wears Apple Watches now? No, he doesn't. Rags is not a digital type guy. I believe he is still rocking the Nokia 800 from 2007, before the first iPhone came out. It's a nice phone. He keeps it up to date, but it's, it's just old. As we see this king high board with 2 spades. Neither player is going to like it, but knowing Mike, probably going to figure out a way to steal it from Sean. He does precisely that. I actually have an Apple Watch myself. I don't wear it very often. I have a watch that I have had for many, many years. It's a Bulova. The reason I became enamored with Bulova was, I believe, the movie Pulp Fiction, I believe, where Christopher Walken was talking to young Butch, who I believe was Bruce Willis, but he was talking to him when he was a kid, telling him about how his father had died in the war, and all he had was this watch, and the ways that he had to figure out how to hide this watch. And there was only one way he could hide this watch from the enemy troops that had him captured, and that was to stick it up one of his parts. He does that. But here we get Brittany with the 7 deuce off, desperately trying to show something. She would love to be able to bet and take this. Unfortunately, she can't figure out a way to fire. But if she just sneezes on the pot with her 7 deuce off there, she'd go ahead and take it down. We got a comment here from Aaron. Apologies, Club JAQK, for canceling my spot in the stream today. I had some responsibilities that trumped playing tonight. It's all right, Aaron. We accept your apology. Just never let it happen again.
Play tomorrow. Seat open.
See that tomorrow?
Aaron, just to make you aware, I was just told that we do, in fact, have a seat open tomorrow. So if you'd like to play, just come give us a shout. And again, if anybody else is interested in getting on the live stream, just make sure you get a hold of us on our social media platforms. We're open on Facebook, Twitch, Instagram. You can find us on clubjackpoker.net. You can also find us on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app. If you have any kind of questions, comments, concerns, the best way to reach us is most likely going to be on Facebook. Somebody's always available to take any kind of questions, comments, concerns.
Yeah,
and if you also want to get signed up, you can. So here we got Dan in the booth with us now. What's going on, Dan?
So we just talked about how Sean had like 4,500 in front of him, and nobody could remember him winning one single pot.
Oh, Sean, yeah. He has just been little by little taking it, essentially. Really no kind of major pots. It was just
Now,
just basically taking it down here and there.
Your girl just sneaks in with a gutter butter somehow. Bottom end straight gets there when I'm blocking all the kings. Turns me the enough flush draw with it. I had to pay her $200, so I'm the reason that she's profitable in the game.
Yeah, she's going to take that all day long. Looks like here Mike's getting ready to rack up. So I think we might be coming down to the downswing of the night. So before I lose y'all again, let me run over some of this information that we have before we lose you and shut down for the night. So again, our Club JAQK mini-series is going to be taking place next week. That's going to be November 17th through the 19th. It's going to open up with a $300 ladies event. That's going to be Friday, November the 17th at 11 a.m. Again, if you're a male and wish to play in that ladies event, they do require a 5X buy-in, so it'll be $1,500, and you are, in fact, required to wear a dress. It's up to you which type of dress you wear, whether it's a nightgown, prom dress, sundress, miniskirt. If you wish to play it and you're male, again, $1,500. The following day, on November the 18th at 2 p.m., we're going to offer a $200 tag team event where you and a buddy or a friend or loved one can play together. That night, the 18th at 7 p.m., they're going to offer a $200 black chip bounty. And then on Sunday, the next day, the 19th at 12 p.m., they're going to offer a $400 deep stack. Then beginning in January 8th at 7 p.m., for 10 consecutive Mondays, we're going to offer the Club JAQK Poker League. That's going to be a $160 per week tournament series where at the end of 10 consecutive Mondays, they're going to have two 12K WSOP packages, which they're also going to offer seats to the circuit at the local casino here at Caesars Southern Indiana across the river, and also seats to our 200K, which is taking place in February. Again, that's January 8th. It's first come, first serve. It's going to be capped at 36 entries. All the tourneys are going to be freeze outs. It is 10 consecutive weeks. If you aren't able to make it 1 week, we do offer a sub policy, so you can have a buddy play for you to not lose your standings. And then to conclude all that, beginning in February 16th through the 25th, we're going to offer the Card Player Poker Tour 200,000 guarantee. It's a $600 buy-in with 30,000 starting chips, 30-minute levels. We're going to offer a trophy for that. We have 6 starting flights beginning on Friday the 16th at 4 p.m. all the way through the 6th starting flight at February 24th at 2 p.m. with day 2 coming back on February 25th at 11 a.m. So again, that's the Card Player Poker Tour. That's going to be shaping up to be the largest tournament series that Kentucky has ever seen. Be sure that you come and play that. Let's take a look at the comments here. I want to see that watch. Yeah, that watch, I don't even want to see it. I've dealt to rags for many, many years.
We're done? Oh. You should still be able to talk.
I'm not sure if everybody can hear me, but it does look like that is going to be the end of our stream. It looks like the game just kind of just dried up and went ahead and ended it. So if you can still hear me, thanks everybody so much for joining us here on our 5-5 No Limit Holdem stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville. Again, if you'd like to learn any kind of information, ask questions, whatnot, visit us on clubjackpoker.net or any of our social media platforms, Facebook and so on. We will be back tomorrow night. We will be offering a 5-5 No Limit Holdem stream at 6 p.m. I will be back here tomorrow to commentate. I believe Mitch will be here with me as well. Again, thanks so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow night. Good luck, everybody.
Tom was still going. You just didn't have anything going on. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
See, I had to refresh the chat. So we had less hiccups tonight, and I totally know the reason because I wasn't keep getting interrupted by Ray.
Yeah, that can definitely help out. Let's see, it's Friday the 10th.
Are you good? Do you need anything else before I close this down, babe?
No, I'm good.
Good?
Let me know when you need
Oh, go ahead.
a break.